famous people. And the title of this live stream is Music Proves Life is Magical. Which it does, of course. I was driving back from town and I was listening to the Beths. This was the last track I was listening to in the car. Expert in a Dying Field. Oh my God, what a genius track. I was just inundated with goose pimples and an awareness of the existence of truth and its transcendent qualities, you know. I'm not talking about truth like language truth, right? I'm saying the reason music is magical is because, like, a track like that, a song like that, Expert in a Dying Field, it's a channeled entity that's been channeled properly. It wasn't created, right? It's perfect. It's so genius. Hey there, Chai, Tanny, Jane. Hi, Uncle Jester. Who loves you, baby? So anyway, that song by the Beths, Expert in a Dying Field, it's got such, it's just completely genius across the board. The lyrics, the track, everything is genius about it. And it resonates so powerfully with this moment, I think, too, because, you know, we're in this global transition phase for humanity where it's not really sure, like, what work fields might still be relevant in 10 years, you know? It's very unclear. There's a lot of concern about AI taking jobs and stuff like that. So it certainly is resonant with the times, but it will always be resonant because it's right. It's true. And the thing is, that's what makes it magical, is that it is the case that they successfully, correctly channeled and rendered that entity from the ether. And it is the case that if they had done something differently with it, melodically, rhythmically, or whatever, that it would be wrong. But it's impossible to prove that, right? So that's what makes it magical, because it is the fact that this is the case, but it's also the fact that I can't win that argument ever. Nobody can. Because if the reason it's the case is for magical reasons, which are not deconstructible. Music is the most magical thing in history. It's so powerful. It's so much more powerful than any other art form. And it proves its unique greatness and importance with the fact that, unlike art in pretty much any other medium, something that was correctly channeled and rendered from the ether in classical music times is still just as genius today as it ever was. It's not subject to the ravages of time. It doesn't reach you anymore. What doesn't reach you? Music doesn't reach you anymore. Oh, that means you're not in a good place. I've been in states of mental health distress before where, you know, I didn't want to listen to music. If I did, I was too in a state of non-optimality to be affected by that magic, I guess. So I know it does happen. But it's also the case that music is incredibly powerful in that it can fix some of that stuff. If you listen to the right stuff at the right time, you know, it can fix some of that stuff. Sometimes it's important to resonate with your emotions musically. Like, if you're feeling some kind of malaise and a track that conveys that might really resonate with you. On the other hand, if a track that is somehow motivating or working against malaise, that might also be a good solution, you know? But regardless, so there's a couple elements that make music so magical. One of them certainly is the fact that it's not subject to the ravages of time. That if a true and righteously desirable entity from the ether is correctly channeled by the composer, then it will it will remain genius forever. It doesn't fall victim to like language stuff. Like Shakespeare gets less good over time because obviously that's not how people talk. If you watch old silent movies or something, even the very best of them is going to be complete garbage compared to a good contemporary movie because the art form has developed so much and is so much better now than it once was. You're talking about like paintings or sculptures or something. Well, it may be the case that the old master's works still withstand scrutiny today, but I guess the problem with visual arts is that it's it's kind of contraindicated by my attentional strengths. So to the extent that one might equivalently praise the virtues of visual arts, I'm not really qualified to do so. Like I can tell what music's good and what music's not. I cannot tell what visual art is genius and what's just like very good maybe. Um, I don't feel any desire to look at things in general. I don't think that that's a good way to engage with the world. After all, looking at physical objects, no thanks. What am I, Kim Jong Un, pointing at stuff and looking at it? I don't. I just don't see the point in looking at objects. But that's because I'm not well configured attentionally to intuit correctly about those media. I will point out that in the contemporary milieu, we've got examples of AI winning visual arts contests. AI would not currently cannot conceivably win a music contest because there's no good music being made by AI yet. Maybe it will eventually, but I somehow doubt it. But I could be wrong about that. I think the reason is because you can't create good music. You have to discover it. You have to channel it from the ether. It has to already exist, unrealized by anybody yet. And inspiration has to deliver it to you. And then you have to render it correctly. And then you got a banger, you know? So I don't know if AI will ever be able to do that. It seems unlikely because what they're trying to do in generating music is trying to utilize some equivalency for extroverted intuition. You know, come up with a bunch of different things, and if they meet this sort of music theory criterion or what have you, then they go together and they could go there. It's like that's not how you make good music. Granted, AI makes good visual arts using entirely different processes than humans ever have used to make any visual art. So, and yet they've managed to come all the way to where they can win art contests. Hey WSP, who's WSP? Wisp, do you want a deal, bro? Do you want to make a deal? Maybe. What's the deal you're offering? WSP. I don't see any WSP here. Harrington Edits. So I don't know who you're talking to, but if you're talking to me, I would like to know what the deal you're offering is. I mean, yes, I want subscribers, but it's not a desire that motivates me to change how I'm doing things. Oh, WSP is what's up? I didn't know that. Thank you, Winston's mom. I learn new internet little acronyms all the time, seems like. You know, what I really want more than subs is views. I would love to have 100 people on this live stream, regardless of the number of subs I have. Because unless you get to 100,000 subs, and I've only got 20,000, you still get the same kind of weak pay rate from YouTube. Once you get over 100,000, they pay you a lot more for the same amount of views. So give me your spiel, Harrington. Let me hear what you're going to say. I'm interested. Oh, I got some. I saw some interesting, possibly good news in town today. When I was driving back from Ace Hardware, I passed Coast Hardware, and they have a help wanted sign in the window. So I think I'm going to take my resume over there on Monday, is my plan. Drop it off, customize it for the hardware store, drop it off. That'd be a cool place to work. I'd love to work at Coast Hardware. Well, I guess Harrington's going to blue balls me on this thing. I thought he was going to say something interesting, but I guess he just leaves it at that. And when I went to town, I got a couple things from the hardware store. Namely, I got the right size tube for my pond pump, so I can actually start moving water in there. I already see mosquito larvae in there, so I need to do that. I also got 4 bags of steer manure blend to condition the soil where I'm going to plant my plants this year. So we've got a couple of interesting things possibly going on today. I got to go poo, of course. For some reason, live streaming is a laxative for me. It very often occurs that shortly after I start live streaming, I realize that I have to poo. Winston's mom, I cannot thank you enough for these cat beds. Both the cats have embraced them in full, and it's wonderful that I don't have to have just a cardboard box there, which kind of looks ugly, you know. All right, while I'm going poo, you guys can be entertained by this fan. Hello, Mr. Kitty. Yes, you're a good boy. It always feels good to evacuate the poo from the confines of my butt. What rhymes with manure? Lure? Skewer? A poop kebab. Inky pinky, poop kebab. Manure skewer. That's a good inky pinky. Faux shizzo, my nizzo. Kitty's eating. So, last night I was going over this for a bullet point document that I had made, planning to do a video about principles of justice and dialectic. Dialectic being like debate concepts exercised purely for the purpose of attaining correctness rather than winning. And I even recorded yesterday a take of it, but I'm going to trash that because I was thinking in bed last night before I went to sleep. I thought of two other principles making an even 10. But now I can't remember what they are. But it's so strange. Like, I was talking about what are just simply observationally true realities of things. I'm saying that obviously to be just, something has to respect rights, etc. These things cannot conceivably be in any dispute. They're determined. The issues have been determined. There's no further debate to be done on them, right? I'm simply accurately explaining certain things about certain parts of reality. And yet I still got ridiculous amount of pushback. Like, how could anybody push back against the idea that proportionate response is a core principle of justice? That it's not okay to have the death penalty for jaywalking. How could anybody possibly disagree with that? It's not like you can disagree with it. You simply can refuse to acknowledge it, but there's no disagreeing with that. We keep getting dangerous heat warnings and it's going to be 90 degrees. Do the LA weather people not realize they're dealing with Angelinos? It's hot when it gets to 115, okay? That's hot. 90 degrees, I might need a light jacket. Refilling the cat's water bowl here. Here you go, mister. Okay. Alright, so one thing that we need to do is throw away these boxes that have been replaced by the cat beds. So we learned already what the best tool for breaking down boxes is. I tested out like 6 different kinds of knife the other night to do it. And turns out, believe it or not, the best tool is a box cutter. Who would have thought? I don't know if I'm going to break these down right now, but I'm going to put them in here to be broken down. Okay. So, as I indicated, I finally got the tube I needed for my pump. Hello, simple girl. And not a moment too soon, because the stagnant water that's left over in the pond from when the snow melted is starting to get filled up with mosquito larvae. So, we need to destagnify it. First thing I'm going to do is just run the hose, fill it up all the way, and move some water out of the spillway. I said around Colorado, Stuart. Whoa. You guys are being pretty reckless there. You should try not to fall over. So I feel really good right now. I got a good night's sleep last night, but I'm still running a sleep deficit. But despite that, I really feel like the joy and glory of life. I just got home from Pilates and parked by Bum. I have to get outside and do more raking in the yard and clean flower beds. What's Bum? I parked by Bum and you're gonna be sorry. Hey now, I parked by Bum. Okay, so we'll let that do its thing for a while. It's gonna take a bit of time for it to fill up all the way and cycle through. And obviously I need to cover all that cement with rocks. That was the original plan, but I kind of ran out of gas on the project. But I think I should still follow through on that so it looks nicer. Okay. We'll let that do its thing. I can't complain that I have many days that are not relaxing for me now. In other words, most of her days are relaxing. That multiple negatives thing made it a little bit more difficult to parse than it might otherwise have been. So here's the dirt I need to condition, the soil I need to condition here. And there's the compost pile. I need to do a little dig in the compost pile, turn it over and stuff. Let me start with that. Fucking Eric. right, now that compost probably needs a little bit of water on it. And this compost pile is chock full of worms. I bought like, I think it was 100 worms, 1,000 worms, I'm not sure. But it's not even a bad habit. It's just a wonderful feature of English. It is gorgeous today. It's like, I don't know what temperature it is. I certainly don't need this jacket, but I wear it because when I go someplace because it has these pockets in it, you know. And I need something to carry my stuff in because I don't have a purse. I tried carrying a purse for a while, but it's just, I dislike having a bag to keep track of so much. So the pond refreshing with the water, this second pool is starting to get almost to the point where it spills over into the bottom part. And to make sure we adequately clean this out, I stick it on the bottom so it stirs up all that silt. Okay, so I got my new tube. I couldn't remember how many feet it was supposed to be. I think I got 18 feet, and hopefully that's enough. This is the size tube it has to have to go on this pump. But he said, even though it fits on here, I should use a heat gun to, did it go in this one? A heat gun to make it tighter. I probably should, I don't know if I should put it on before I do anything else, or, I don't have a heat gun, but I do have a blowtorch, so. I don't know, that fits on there pretty tight. I don't know if I really need a heat gun. There. Seems to be on there pretty good. Yeah, it seems to fit. Tried. Now there's this other piece. This thing goes on the top. This prevents, I guess, large particulate matter from getting into there. All right. So before I get this all put into place here, I need to figure out what's going where and how I'm powering it. Because obviously I want the tube to not be visible and the extension cord to not be visible. That's going to take a bit of doing. This has a much longer cord than the other pump. I think I might run both pumps at the same time so I get enough water pressure. Okay. Let's go down here and see how things are developing. I could, if I wanted to, with the hose now, down to this pond, where it can stir up sediment down here. You don't want any mosquito larvae, obviously. Not because mosquito larvae are a problem, but because they turn into mosquitoes, and those are a problem. Well, and other times, I want to stress, as I said at the beginning of that video, to qualify, you have to at least display some genius. You know, that's why Pearl Jam's not on the list. That's why lots of other horrible bands are on the list. You know, Bad Bunny may be highly rated by some people, but you can't call him overrated because no smart people like him. He's smart about music, you know. So yeah, Led Zeppelin has got some bangers. They're pretty good. When am I going to turn the water into wine? As soon as Jesus comes over to visit, I guess. Well, here I'll have him do multiply my fishes and loaves as well. I'm trying to terraform the backyard. I've actually already kind of done the terraforming, but I've been stuck on this one spot here for a while now because the original pump I got was too small for the size of the pond. I think if I run both pumps, then that'll probably be enough water pressure. I'm hoping just running the big pump is enough, but... And if it's still too weak, then what I'll end up doing is I'll take out this whole top part. I'll just get a sledgehammer and start it here at this pool. And, you know, I'll just bury the concrete / toss it down the hill or whatever. And then I should be able to manage. I kind of wish it were like that. I kind of wish I hadn't put this top part. But, you know, I thought it'd be fun to have multiple waterfalls. Let's go down to the bottom pool now. I made these little steps, but I never finished them. So we're going to wait for this water to get all the way up to the spillway there and spill over the edge. So here's where the tube goes. Like that. That's how I have it arranged or designed. And the pump goes at the bottom of this pool. What I'd like is a flow of water equivalent to the hose, but that's a lot of flow to get from, certainly from one pond pump. But maybe if I run both of them, I get that amount of flow. If it could flow this much water, that'd be perfect. Well, we're creeping up to the edge. Got a ways to go, though. All right. So my path for the tube, oh, here it goes. It's kind of hard to find because of the grass, but you can see here, actually, there's this black tube through which the tube is going to travel to go up to here. And it's still in place, so that should make things a little easier. Okay, let's not try to walk up that way with flip-flops. Let's go back up the stairs. There's a lot of leaves here blocking the path. And here too. There. That's better. Okay, so this should definitely have been enough to at least displace any mosquito larvae in the top two ponds. The nice thing about flip-flops with socks is it's the best of both worlds. You don't have to put on shoes, but your feet don't get dirty. Alright, we're going to take a pond put break after I'm done with this water thing. We're getting very close to the top of the spillway. I probably should take the hose down there too to do the same kind of swishing around as sediment. But you know, probably should, grobbly should. There's no rain in the forecast for the next 10 days. Yeah, I'm not operating under the assumption that we've got more storms coming this year, although we might. You know, Jared was saying to me the other day that sometimes we get a late snow in April. Graypo Pond? Well, I'm going to actually put little rocks and put them on top of all the concrete so that it doesn't look like this. That's my plan. How long will it take me to do that? I don't know. Because I don't like the way it looks either. But with a little bit of persistence and elbows, we can get this looking nice. Hi, Squirrely Joe. You want some seeds? Squirrely Joe's telling me he wants some seeds. Let's go give woodland cutlets to the woodland friends. Okay, here it comes, Squirrely Joe. Did I finish the seeds already? No, there's a little bit left. This is the last of them, though. I need to get a new bag of seeds. I hate these sweatpants. As I was saying last night, if you know anything about sweatpants, you know that most of them have a tendency to fall down when you put something in the pockets of them because they're not strong enough to hold the weight. These fall down even when you don't have anything in their pockets, which is just ridiculous. Even if I tie it as tight as can be with the string, doesn't matter. All right, let's free up some more hose to take it down to the bottom pool. Just be a little thorough about our clean out here. Get this hose. And we'll move it these leaves off. There we go. We'll move it. Whoa! All the way down here. Okay. Now we should displace any mosquito larvae existent in this one. Do you have that hip problem? I don't have any problems with my hips. I've got problems with my extroverted sensing. I've got problems with my ability to process sugar. I've got problems with related to having the wisdom now to understand the full scope of all of my failures in the past. That will always, from now on, be a problem, I suppose. Or maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it's kind of a solution in some ways. I mean, certainly, it solves the problem of me repeating those mistakes, at least the significant ones. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm cycling out all this stagnant water, okay? And I got the pump, the right tube for the pump today, so I can get it cycling. I don't want mosquito larvae, obviously. And we're now about to tip over the spillway. There it goes. It's now spilling out over the spillway. So we'll let that go for a while to clear out as much of the old water as we can. Then we'll take a pond break. Oceans aren't still. Well, lakes that are sustainable lakes, they have inlets and outlets. The outlet may just be evaporation or something, but they've got an inlet of fresh water coming in. Oceans move because of the tides. Somebody should tell the surfers, that ocean's not moving. All right. Let that go for a little bit longer, but well, up and down counts as movement. I mean, that's exactly how I'm going to move the water in this. I'm going to transport it with a pump up, and then it's going to come down the hill. The oceans also, of course, the deeper you get, have the pressure consideration. So, like, really down at the bottom of the deep ocean, there exist creatures that live naturally in conditions that cause that submarine to implode, you know? That we can't even conceivably get down there because we can't manage. It's me, Shannon. I've never listened to Modern Talking, no. Fire is just oxidation. If it's that reaction, there can be fire without oxygen too. If fire is oxidation, how can there be fire without oxygen? Things can certainly be subjected to heat. but they can't catch on fire. That's why there are caves that have that. There's a cave somewhere in South America I know of that I don't remember what it's called, but and it's called the Cave of Death, but it's not can't be its real name, its official name or something. Anyway, there's so much carbon dioxide in there that if you take a torch and stick it into the cave, it immediately goes out because there's no oxygen in there. And it's called the Cave of Death, obviously, because if you go in there, you also need to breathe oxygen. So, is modern talking a band? If so, I could give it a shot. I'll go inside and do something of theirs once, and then we'll see. If it's like a talk thing, almost certainly I would not love it because it's incredibly rare to find somebody talking about topics worth talking about whose words are worth listening to. You end up with this weird kind of division between there are highly specialized individuals talking about their specialties, and accordingly, what they're saying is meaningful and purposeful and worth listening to, but only if you're interested in that very narrow specialty. For people who talk about more general topics like philosophy or um, it's music or politics or justice or art or anything like that, well, I tend to be highly annoyed by other people's wrongness because every time I encounter it, I think, yeah, this is why we can't have nice things. Because you've got people who are completely unqualified to advocate for anything, advocating for garbage and convincing people, often people like Rachel, that it's something they should worry about, you know? But I'll check out this band. Oh, she's out. Trouble, I've already watched you eat multiple times, so just get over it already. Do you have a specific track to recommend? Pulling up the chat on the big screen. Okay, let me listen to it. Okay, well, I only listened to a little bit of this one track, Geronimo's Cadillac. It's, I could see why somebody might mistake it for good. Maybe some of the other tracks are good, but that track failed to do its job adequately. Let's see about this one. Is that the same band that does Brother Louie 98? Brother Louie 98 is kind of okay. I mean, I haven't listened to the whole thing, but it seems pretty good. But it doesn't seem like the same band at all. Anaerobic fire. I will Google it. Okay, Capillo, I'll let you in a second. Combustion or explosion occurring in low oxygen environments, often involving methane buildup in digesters of specialized anaerobic chambers. Are you coming in, Capillo, or what? Oh, she must be. I know. She's going to get out of the bedroom. Okay, I'll let you out. This video explains how hot water is not flammable. What? It's one of those things that it seems intuitively that nobody should need an explanation as to why water is not flammable. But obviously, I couldn't explain why it's not really, except by saying it's too wet. I mean, obviously, if you heat water up, it goes through phase changes. It doesn't catch on fire. A video explaining why hot water is not flammable.
I'm with you. But if water is made of hydrogen, and that's very flammable, and oxygen, which sustains a fire, then why doesn't water burn?
Well, in a sense, the answer is because it already has carried out this reaction. The hydrogen is already chemically combined with the oxygen in the air. So there's no way it can do that again.
That's because the bond between two hydrogen atoms and an oxygen is so strong, you need lots of energy to pull them apart. Much more energy than, say, a wood fire creates, and that's why firemen use water to put out fires. The water cools the combustible material and also helps stop the fuel come into contact with the air.
So basically, it turns out that water doesn't burn because it's too wet. Well, sort of Fly Guy, but the technical science reason is because it's too wet. That's technically the science reason. Oh, Capillo, you come out of the bedroom where last night you slept at my foot of the bed, which I don't like because my legs are long. And I didn't feel like kicking you away, though, so I let you stay there all night. Then you get out of bed and you immediately come and invade my space again. Oh, yes. What a beautiful lady. Yes. Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. But you know what else Daddy loves? You not sitting here. Yes. That's why Daddy's going to move you. Yes. He's going to move you to your special bed. Look, you got a spot of sunlight in there even. She's not having it. She's not having go in my bed. I wouldn't be surprised if she's back here in like 3 minutes. Hot water molecules is not decomposing into other molecules' atoms, just changing the distance and vibrations between molecules. Well, that's a good explanation. I didn't know that fire was fundamentally the decomposition of molecules into other molecules or atoms. I think that's a good definition of fire. I like it. I've always defined fire as something that's orangish and hot. which I'll admit is not a very good operational definition. I just cleaned this bong. How does this bong get so clogged so fast all the time? I tell you what the culprit is. Weed resin. That stuff has got to be one of the most stubborn materials in nature. If fire needs oxygen to burn, then why is the sun on fire? There's no oxygen in outer space. Good question, Eric. The sun is on fire because there's not any water near it, because water's too wet. The sun's on fire because nobody's poured a bunch of dirt on top of it. Oh, you think the sun has oxygen, huh? Likely story. I don't know if you're aware of this, Fly Guy, but the sun's way over there in outer space. And in space, there's nothing but darkness and aliens. Oh, where have my lighters gone? There they are. I found them. Oh, fishing, huh? Look, I don't care how long you're fishing, buddy. You're never going to catch the sun. Why don't you just come up with other make-believe ideas like, I don't know, like thermodynamics and stuff. Scientists always be making shit up. Oh, we need to build this huge particle accelerator. Why? Because we're crashing little teeny things into each other. You're just making that up, scientists. You just want a big tube to go around and do water slides in. Propane fire is invisible? Propane fire is not invisible. Does that look invisible to you? I don't think so. It's as visible as a flower right here in front of your eye. God used to spit fire. Well, in India, they're big believers in certain kinds of magic, like reincarnation, for example. This is propane, bro. Propane, propane. I used to get map gas, but they eventually banned real map gas, and now the only map gas you can get is imitation map gas. I don't know why they stopped selling real map gas. I don't even know what map gas is exactly, but back in the day when I was a meth addict, I used to always get map gas because you could blow pipes a lot faster with it and stuff. Oh, butane is invisible fire. Nope. This is made out of butane. Not this part, but the inside of it. I'll tell you what kind of fire is invisible. The fire that burns in your heart. And isn't that the most important fire of all? It's okay, Johnny Joe. Because the fire that matters, the fire in your heart, is burning strong. What is it that makes me want to make videos that are sure to elicit a bunch of negative response? Like, these are the 5 most overrated bands of all time. You know, these 5 bands that you like, they suck. What makes me want to make videos like that? I do not know. Pit crew guys know about invisible fire. Do they? Because in race cars are powered by invisible fire. Cool. I do know that sometimes you can't see all of a flame. What's the worst way you discovered an undoubtedly odd method of allowing revelations regarding discourse among other individuals in a timely way? Oh, I haven't figured that out yet. I had to parse that a bit because it's kind of a complicated question. I have not figured out how to do that. Because the idea that somebody should, recognize and appreciate the power of discursive rigor is itself a frame projection. Like, people with my attentional configuration or something similar will sort of just nod in obvious agreement. And people with conflicting frames of reference, it doesn't matter how salient, compelling, concise, distilled, crystallized, whatever word you want to use, what I'm saying is, they will not benefit from it because it's asking them to say counter value and a frame of reference that's an absolute value for them. In theory, one could customize one's approach to other people's preferred ways of attention. So, for example, if I wanted to convince an ESTJ of something, maybe I would show a lot of previous examples of it working, even though that's not determinate. And I might also show how failing to do this fails to uphold fairness, which is a 5th slot absolute value for them. But I could conceivably also say, this is a good opportunity for you to use your extroverted intuition. That would also be more likely to sway them. But those aren't reasons why anybody should be swayed. So the thing is, yes, I'm projecting my frame of reference, but I'm also correct about the fact that my frame of reference is the appropriate one for certain kinds of things, just like every frame of reference is. People with conflicting frames of mind, though, they don't get that and never will, because that core idea that everybody should stay in their own lane, and that if you are attentionally configured and experientially, which is say via learning and acquisition of knowledge, empowered, then then you're qualified to talk about that thing. But if not, then not. Yeah, it's the correct way to approach the issue of correctness. But but people who aren't using this way, it's by default they're not their way of doing things. They still fully believe and expect that they're just as qualified to be correct as anybody else, because nobody's actually correct. It's all just a matter of opinion, and it really depends on how much subjectively they value it or think is important, rather than them recognizing the appropriate place for this, because to recognize the appropriate place for this would require them to use this kind of calculus. So I haven't figured it out. And the other thing I haven't figured out is how to stop banging my head against the wall. I nevertheless still continually, if somebody pushes back against something that's obviously correct, my default reflexive thing to do is, okay, I need to explain it better or in different ways. That's not the problem, right? The reason they're not understanding is because they don't want to. They Understanding that invalidates their nature in some way. Alcohol methanol burns almost invisibly. That's true, Cam, now that you mention it. I hadn't thought about that. And when used by race cars, the pit crews can encounter invisible flame all of a sudden when fuel is spilled. Well, you know what they should get? Some invisible asbestos outfits. Right. But if things aren't measured as they were before, I'll, then how all we'll do is that focus. I do not understand that. Can you put that again or rephrase it or something? How to calculate the atomic weight of D's? And ain't no scale big enough, Ruben. It's almost invisible, not invisible. Oh, thanks, Mr. Technically Correct Guy. Fly Guy, you're such a spoil sport. Telling us that that werewolf is actually an emaciated bear. Aw, I was imagining a werewolf. Now I don't believe it anymore. Well, but if things aren't measured as they were before Isle, what does that mean? I mean, look, if you think about measurements, think about, say, weight. Weight's a measurement that almost everybody measures properly. There's broad consensus on how to measure it. You use a scale. But it's conceivable that you could imagine some people who don't understand weight correctly who try to measure it with a tape measure. So the thing is, the question that you originally asked is basically, how do you explain to people who measure weight with a tape measure that that's not how to measure it? Where is she scratching at now? She wants to go back in the bedroom? I don't even know where she is. I'm pretty sure I heard scratching. Well, maybe she wanted to go out that door. See where she's going. I just saw her. Where do you want to go, Capio? She went out the cat door. Okay, fine. She was, so basically what happened was she was scratching at the kitchen door to get out. I went to the wrong door. She got tired of waiting and went out the cat door. She normally doesn't scratch at the kitchen door. And the answer to the question is you can't convince them to measure weight with a scale because the only tool they have is a tape measure. And so, they've already managed to use a tape measure to do myriad different kinds of things. They've somehow made it work. Like they've used the back of it as a hammer, blah, 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 blah. So when you're saying the tool that you always use for everything is not the tool to use for this, and it's the only tool they have, they go, fuck off. Everything can be dealt with a tape measure, obviously. Okay, well then express it more clearly. You can get an ultrasound. I definitely misunderstood the second part. I have no idea what that meant. And when you read the words out loud, it doesn't make any sense. So, but if things aren't measured as they were before Isle, then how all we'll do is that focus. That just doesn't make any sense. The first one I may have misinterpreted, but it did make sense the way I interpreted it. Like, what's the worst way you discovered an undoubtedly odd method of allowing revelations regarding discourse among other individuals in a timely way? If you're talking, I guess what I'm saying, I interpret that to mean, what's the worst way you found out that a good solution to intransigent problem trying to explain something to somebody? But you may be saying regarding individuals who are receptive and conceivably would benefit from such revelations about discourse. The worst way I discovered an odd way to, induce those kind of clarity moments. The worst way I discovered an odd way to do that. I, I, I don't have an answer for you. I'm not sure. There might be an answer, but I don't know what it is. I bet Kapia is looking at the fountain. She likes to check it out. Well, Cameron, were you here when I was doing refilling it with water? Because I just refilled it with water and I got the right size tube for the pump finally. Because I don't want to be a mosquito larvae farm. So I am planning today on getting that pump moving and see how it goes. So that would maybe make her extra interested in it. I guess one of the reasons why I'm kind of dragging my feet on the pond is I know I want to put additional rocks on it to make it look nicer. But obviously, once I get it flowing, then I can only put rocks on the parts that aren't getting wet. But that's fine. There's plenty of work to do. And then if I want to put rocks on the bottom, I can drain the pond and do that then. Oh, you were here, but mute on mute on phone. Gotcha. There's a couple other things I wanted to do today. If it can't be measured, how do we know it is not a delusion? Well, I mean, that's exactly how we know things is not by measuring them. We know them instantaneously, either via our experience or our intuition. So nothing that we know is ever via measurement. I'm going to shortly, Lord Ronnie. I'm definitely going to. Nothing that we know is ever no knowledge is ever the product of measurement. It may be one step removed, like you've gone to school, you've learned something, now you understand it, you then remember it, and so now it becomes knowledge. But if it's something like let's say conditional logic proof, if it's a fairly long proof, nobody can know the answer just by looking at it. You got to figure it out. And that's determining something. So, yes, it's the case that epistemologically we have both determined conclusions and undetermined knowledge, which is not to say that the thing that we ascribe, the thing that we know wasn't at some point determined. But what I'm saying is that when you're paying attention by knowing something, you're not then determining it. You're headed to Terry Black's barbecue for dinner in Austin in a while. How far away is Austin from San Antonio? See you later, Johnny Doe. Measure or not measure, it's all the same, really. Nothing has meaning in life, just a coincidence. Well, I mean, then you're saying that meaning is true, right? So at least life has that meaning. $2. Johnny Doe knows the answer to the question of how far Austin is away from San Antonio. Texas is quite a large state. If you were to drive from the very tippy bottom to the very tippy top in the most long distance way, it would take a long time. What I'm asking is when the things are run out, how does what's left restart before? Well, for example, let's imagine a business, let's say in the 1900s, like 1900 something, okay? It's an immigrant, they have a fruit stand. At first, all they have is a few quarters that they earn sweeping Josie's steps. They use that to buy a cart and a couple pieces of fruit, make a little profit on that fruit. Eventually, they're selling more and more fruit. Then they use the money for the investment for that to open a storefront, and they are starting to be a booming fruit business. And then their store burns down. So now they don't have a store anymore, and they don't have the resources to build another store. But what they have left over is enough to get another cart and buy a couple of fruits again. So that's how what's left over restarts things. Well, the one that I was listening to in the car, Psycho Killer is pretty. It certainly is demonstrative of genius, even if the track as a whole doesn't qualify quite as transcendent. There are a couple others, but I can't think of them right now. I'm not like, I'm relatively familiar with, yeah, Psycho Killer is a great song. It's not transcendent, but it's a great song. It's not something I have on my playlist, but I do have And She Comes on the playlist. And She Comes. Is that what it's called? But I was just reflecting, or not that long ago, why do I make videos like that? What makes me want to make a video like that? The only thing it can conceivably do is anger fans of those bands. It's like, hey Eric, why don't you pay a little attention to your third slot FE absolute value? Try to maybe make people like you instead of make people hate you. Do you guys go St. Patty's Day? Is it St. Patrick's Day today? Oh, and she was. That's what it's called. My bad. And she was. Well, if you want me to name the mechanism, it would be, essentially the way systems and stuff restart after collapse is through um, de decentralized independent agents making their own decisions, and those decisions organically generate certain kinds of collective concerns that are addressed in certain kinds of ways. You know, it's basically complex systems emerge from uh, it's like people are like entangled particles. So not in the sense that each of them is behaving independently, but regardless, the actions of one impact how the other behaves and vice versa to some extent, right? So there's no centralized control that says, okay, people is like, think about it this way. The reason that when you go to Denny's, they always have eggs, in other words, they've had eggs delivered before they run out or went and gotten them or something, is not because the fact that that's true of all these restaurants and other businesses and stuff. That's not true because the federal government has done such a good job with their centralized distribution. That's not how it works, right? A thriving, organically sustainable, effective system doesn't operate like cascading style sheets. And if you were to say, well, how come distribution is as it is? Who made it that way? Nobody made it that way. It was the system refining itself. And the mechanism was interest, individual interest. So the reason Joe started getting that distributor is because the old way he got it was less efficient and cost him more money. Oh, Johnny Doe, you are apparently wrong. It's not 2 hours away, it's 1 hour. That's true. If I'm from the UK, it's more likely I'm celebrating Ramadan because then if you're from where? Are you comparing percentage of the population that's Muslims? Then that would be a fair thing to say. All you're saying is let's let the cat out of the bag annually. Okay. I guess you're just trying to convey nonsense. That's why it's not possible for me to understand you. It's more likely I'm celebrating Ramadan than St. Patty's Day. In England, because the English don't like St. Patrick's Day because it's Irish and they don't like the Irish? Is that why? Do they celebrate St. Patrick's Day in Ireland? I would imagine it's like their number one holiday in Ireland. I should eat some more of that Cobb salad. I still have some left. It's such a huge salad. I could not believe it when the lady brought it to me. What is this monstrosity you put in front of me? It's like a trough of lettuce and chicken and egg and little carrot pieces and whatever else is in a Cobb salad. Well, regardless of whether you're making any sense, I will Google that word when I go inside because I don't know what it means. And I do like learning new words. Slow down, Eric. Take a breath. You're a little thwacked, even though I only took 2 Adderall today, which is what I'm prescribed. I actually feel, amped up pretty good. It's like, come on, let's go. Let's do this, do that, do the other thing. We're ready to go. Ruben is okay. Ruben, okay. Oh, okay. Never been to North San Antonio. It's more low-key in Ireland than in the States. Like U.S. Thanksgiving more than Cinco de Mayo. Huh. Oh, so everybody, the family gets together and has a wholesome meal for St. Patrick's Day. It's not like, let's all get drunk and puke green beer. St. Patty's Day is the spring break of Irish people in America. Oh, what? You're going to give me some beads? All right, then. Spring break! People care about being Irish more when they live away from Ireland. Understandable, A big part of Kay's identity here in Mariposa is that she's Australian, even though she was actually born in New Zealand and lived through like say age 8 in New Zealand before they moved to Australia. But everybody around here knows her as kind of like the Australian lady. And so she has an accent. Obviously, people ask her about it all the time. Everyone in Chicago flag eye, not just Irish ancestry people. Well, America does a good job of respecting the fact that if it's a drinking holiday, everybody gets to be that nationality. On Cinco de Mayo, we all get to be Mexican. On St. Patrick's Day, we all get to be Irish. And on the 4th of July, we all get to be America. Chat, I lost my sandwich. Has anyone seen it? Oh, that's what that said? I guess I misread it. I know what a euphemism is. I thought it said euphonium or something like that. I can't really see it very well. I don't have my glasses on. use the word. The other reason I assumed it wasn't euphemism is because that, of course, made no sense if the word was euphemism. Well, we could get, I tell you what, we can make a little, while I'm smoking a cigarette, since I'm outside, we can make a little progress on the poem by simply getting an extension cord and putting it vaguely where it goes. All right, we'll get one of these extension cords. Yes, unfortunately, they're behind these things. I've not been able to come up with a better solution for these things. This I could put back in the shed. It's a great light that I put in the shed, but unfortunately, the light bulbs are burned out. So I have to look online. I leave it here because I'm thinking, oh, I'm gonna look online to get replacement light bulbs for it. I still haven't done it. Maybe today. I'll need to get my glasses to even see what it's like brand or whatever it is, but I can't look at that right now. But I can take this power cord over here. This will ensure that I don't just stand outside smoking a cigarette, both unable to read the chat well and not accomplishing anything. Okay, so I guess I want to start with just this end, and then I'll work this power cord in some way that makes it hidden. I have to go all along there and then up over there. Okay, well that's fine. That'll work. But regardless, I'm just gonna put this for now right here. I might try to get another tube for this. I think I had one before. I'll show you the tube. Of course, the question then becomes, does the end of the plug fit through the tube? And the answer is no. These kind of things. I fucking hate TE so much. Well, Eric, did you consider the question of whether the cord would fit through the tube before you chose that cord or in this tube? No, I didn't consider that. Obviously. Maybe I could cut away some of the stuff around the end of the cord thing. Like, does it have extraneous bits of plastic I could cut off? It's got this thing. I could cut this off. Think it would fit through then? I could cut this whole little edge part off. My guy, listen. After I get it through, I'm going to electrical tape the shit out of the connection between the two cables and make sure that it's super like watertight and everything. And it will never be exposed to the air again. And plus, what do these little parts do even? Okay, responsible adults. Fine, I'll put this extension cord back. Or I could use it without a tube. That's the other possibility. Or I could find a bigger tube, I guess. If I have a bigger tube. I doubt it. We just happen to have tubes in the shed. I don't think there are another set of the same tubes that are a little bit bigger. But, you know, I have never really fully inventoried the shed, so... I mean, I've looked around there plenty. But there's stuff behind the table I can't really get at very easily, so I don't really go through it. That's where the tubes were. Everybody's like, that'd be that. I wonder if I have a 3-prong adapter. If I have a 3-prong adapter, I could use one of those long white cords. Those are relatively inexpensive. Should fit through the tube, too. Well, looks like I have in store for me another trip to the hardware store. Because once again, despite thinking I had everything I needed for the pond, I am lacking the right extension cord. Thanks a lot, big extension cord. By which you mean like big pharma, okay? You don't care about consumers at all. You don't even consider whether or not your cords are going to fit through a tube. How do you look at yourselves in the mirror? I mean, I could just go tubeless. I could always replace that cord with a different cord in the tube later. No trouble. I'm not watching you eat again. I did bring the pump today. That's how come I have the right size tube. I'm talking about 2 different tubes now, okay? The metal tubes, fine. The metal tubes I have here at home. I'm not going to buy any more those kind of tubes. The like plastic tube that connects the pump to where it puts out water to where it drops off water. That I took the thing with me today, so I made sure I got the right tube. The other tube I got was for the other pump. And I was assuming it was going to fit on the new pump too, but it didn't fit on there. So now I have a tube for the other pump and a tube for the big pump. Those are the water tubes. The metal tubes are protective tubes / things that I can bury so they're not visible, that the cords go through. So I'll clarify from now on whether I'm talking about the water tube or the metal tube. When you go to the hardware, oh yeah, I read that. Commit the pines. Commit them to an asylum or something? It's more likely to draw us. I think you dropped this. I'm more likely to draw you than what? I am more likely to draw you than to punch you in the face. Or it's a heat sink you're cutting out. Fair enough, that's a good reason. You just won the argument. Now that I know it has a purpose, and I understand that things need to fulfill that purpose for that kind of thing, then fine. I'm convinced. I was going to be convinced initially just because people I respect as more prudent than I were advising against it. But now I'm actually convinced. So at first I was using a heuristic to not do that. Now I have determined that you are correct. To paint trees? By painting trees, do you mean putting paint on trees, or do you mean painting pictures of trees? I'm very unlikely to paint at all because I don't use paint in drawing things. Well, that's indicative of the fact that you can tell the difference between a reason that should convince people and reasons that don't, that shouldn't. That should convince me because obviously I assumed you weren't lying, and that you know what you're talking about. Either of those assumptions might be faulty, but given those assumptions, that would be a very good reason to not cut that off. I think it's just because they want the 2 ends to push together and not have like space that's left over. You know what I'm saying? This is Trouble. He's our bad kitty. But we love him anyway. Yeah. You see that one of the ways in which he's bad is that he constantly sheds impossible amounts of cat hair. And he's constantly getting all everything. Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I've seen that part of the play get hot and melty, and I wouldn't remove the material from it. Well, in general, if you don't know why something's there, you shouldn't take it away, probably. To take it away, you'd have to determine that it definitely is not there for any reasonable express purpose. Hi, it was like this when I found it. Hi, too cool for school. Welcome. Welcome to the world's most important live stream. As here, we do a better job than other people do of scolding other people for not being more like us. Yes, of course, we do it too. Just like seems like everybody does, but we do it with more self-awareness, okay? You know, the truth is, it's appropriate to scold somebody who knows nothing about flying planes for borrowing her friend's plane and just taking it up in the air and seeing what happens when she crashes into somebody's house. You realize, well, there was very good reason to scold her for trying to do something that she was completely incapable of doing. It was appropriate to scold her for having unwarranted confidence when something that was important had significant potential impacts, right? I should start telling people when they start giving me mindless pushback about stuff. Non-responsive pushback is what I mean. I start telling them, listen, you're not feeling comfortable. You're feeling anxious. I can tell. My intuition is very good. Then I could be doing the same thing there. Working in a field where I have no business working. Hey man, can you shout out my little cousin? I don't get that one. I mean, I've encountered this phenomenon countless times before where somebody tries to play this little, can you shout out my man? But normally, I understand what the joke is. Say, like, Anita Dick and Me, or Mike is everywhere. But this one I don't get. You look like Sniper from TF2. Google it. You should cosplay him and your channel will blow up. Maybe I should cosplay him. Let's see. Sniper from TF2. Still got lettuce in my mouth. That guy's clean shaven. I don't look like him accordingly. I mean, in general, I don't look like him, but maybe I could see it if he had a beard, but like I don't have nearly that kind of chiseled jawline that he's got. My mouth isn't super wide like that. My eyes are kind of similar. My nose is kind of similar. I don't have those cool sideburns. It does look like it would be easy costume to make. Sniping's good job, mate. Does he speak with an Australian accent? I can't really do an Australian accent very well. TF2 Sniper voice actor? Let me just listen to TF2 Sniper audio clips.
Bloody bogan, you bloody pikers, you're all
Bloody bogan, you bloody bikers! Like that.
a bunch of no-hopers, all your heads.
A bunch of no-hopers! A bunch of no-hopers. No-hoper is a great term. Like, you know, it's kind of equivalent to layabout or I can't think of another great example at the moment, but I like it. No-hoper. Don't be such a no-hoper. Quit your failing, bro. You're turning into a total no-hoper. I like it. Ne'er do well. That's another great example. Thank you. It was like this when I found it. Thanks, Miles Tails Prower. Miles Tails Prower. That's a bit of a mouthful of a name. Hard to say. Well, the title of this live stream is something, music, something, magic, something. I don't know. So let's make some magic. And let's do it in a way that we can remember for a lifetime. Rachel's still sleeping, but it is after 1 p.m. I'm not too worried about being too loud. I'm not going to be too super loud, but several drum beats from keys. What does this one sound like? Where are my glasses? I'll tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like this. Boop, boop, bap, boop. Boop, boop, bap, boop. I like it. It's good. Now that I have my glasses, I can see what number goes with what sound. Let's start with a little organ of some kind. What do you say? Church organ? No. Theater? 16 plus 4? That's a good organ sound. Or 16 plus 2? I like this one better. Let's keep that one in mind. Let's look at a couple other options. Purple? I don't dislike it. It was a little like gravy, you know. How about rock org? No. Bright org? No. Click org? Jazz Org 2 is pretty good. Jazz Org 1. Clav, of course. I like Clav, of course, but I think I'll save Clav for later and go 16+2 org. Simply go to 16plus2.org and you'll find Alright, we need this a little bit louder. God damn it. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna try to get that one down. We're recording, so we're gonna have that could be a loop thing, you know. It's gonna come again. Don't worry. Maybe I got an adequate one. Let's find out. I think I got an adequate one right here. I think that's that one. Okay, let's listen to this one, see if it's good enough. But boop boop boop. Boop boop boop. Boop 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 poop poop. Boop boop poop. Boop 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 poop poop. Okay, fine. I will compress you. I can compress you, but can I impress you? We'll just have to find out. Level? Wait, leveler? Oh, leveler. Where have you gone off to? I don't have the keyboard, so I can't use my key commands. I'm not used to finding you. Limiter is what I meant to say. I'm not used to finding you that way. Okay, now let's listen to it. Let's put this down lower and let's listen to it. Right, let's listen to it on repeat. Now I'm gonna have to use the keyboard to do that. Okay, that's not long enough. Let me fix that. I don't like I like that little kind of distortion in the organ sound. Still not long enough. Oh, I see. It goes to there, huh? That's fine. Here. Why does it sound distorted like that? Let me try something that I would normally never try. This is not a good way to. Obviously, if you have some weird distortion in your sound like that, you have to re-record it. But I'm gonna pretend like I don't know that. And I'm gonna use a little something they call noise reduction. See what it sounds like after that. Okay, effect. Noise reduction. Noise reduction, schmoise reduction, you're saying. Don't say that. Get noise profile. Okay. Now let's listen to it. It does sound a little better. Let's repeat it and see if it sounds even better. Well, yet another thing that will never do anything because I don't like it. Not good enough. I've been listening to Angine de Poitrine lately because it feels like the child, which would be born after Primus refereed the honeymoon night between amphetamine and mushrooms. Angine de Poitrine. Let me check it out. Let me check it out. I mean, I haven't listened to much of it, but fuck yeah. That's fantastic. That little bit I was just listening to, that's fantastic. And nobody who tries to do that kind of thing ever succeeds at doing it. But that's fantastic. And it just goes to show you there's no firm hard rules in music. That's and they don't need the costumes and stuff, but that does kind of add to their fantasticness. If you've never seen these people, let me show you a little bit. So, you know, it will ultimately, whether or not I think it's a good band will ultimately depend on their sense of editing. Like, you know, do they do they know when to end the track and how to end it, and do they know when something needs a certain change and execute it, or do they not? Because it's a really cool sort of thing. I don't even know what to call it. It it's a song, I guess, but um, it's a really great groove, really great weird groove. But they either need to have it be very short for it to work, or for that to evolve a little bit before the end of it. I don't want to sit here with it muted, listening to a lot of it, so I'm not sure. Well, yeah, that video is a radio show, which makes it extra impressive too, because to sound that great when you don't have the benefit of having a studio recordings, you know, enabling capabilities, then it's very impressive. Like, I can't really execute things that cleanly when I'm performing live. It's just, it takes a lot. It either takes a certain kind of talent that I don't have, or it takes a lot of continual practice, I guess, or something. But I'm just not that like good at, because to execute a song well means to execute it basically perfectly all the way through, and that's pretty tricky for me. Is that Mudvayne? No, the band's not called Mudvayne. It's called something French. Angeline de Mimière. Something like that. Angine de Poitrine. Angine de Poitrine. I think this is one of their studio recordings. Do they have any studio recordings? I don't think they have any on YouTube, it doesn't seem like. Well, I'm not actually in YouTube on Google, but YouTube. Okay. Channel. There it is. Let me see the channel. They only have 4 videos. All right, well, let's listen to this one, I guess. Is this the same track? We'll find out. Okay. So they never have any vocals? I mean, for being too arty, it's fantastic, but it's still a little bit too arty, you know. Song names are phoneticized French Canadian expletives. Huh. Tell them that I'm on the phone with their mothers right now, so go back to the future right now, or their game systems go into timeout. Oh, sounds like she means business. Where's the mouse now? Oh, I brought it over here. That's fine. Get rid of that. Wait, I got rid of the wrong thing. Yeah, I got rid of the wrong thing. Get rid of that. All right. It's awfully artsy. It's awfully artsy indeed. It's awfully artsy. More artsy than I need. It's awfully artsy. As artsy as it can be. And like that band song used that everybody was so excited about. It's not good enough. I know that we're doing something people call art, but that's no excuse for being strange from the start. It's not a good thing just to be super different, although often good things are in fact different. You can't force shit like that, no you can't. It's got to be authentic, that's a fact. Posturing and doing the dances with the costumes that's from Francis. Well, that's never gonna get you there. Not where you want to be in a chair that is fully transcendent and true. Alright, that's right. I'm not using the beats on the keyboard. And that's exactly why Talking Heads made my list of overrated bands that currently exist. It's because he too embraced excessive artiness, and accordingly, it's not very good. Change, no? And change. It should change there. If I were playing it on the keyboard, I would push change. Poitrine, décroissant, have a croissant, why don't you though? Ride lotto, boost à la plage. And when you get to tell them, in the garage there's more French art for everybody to consume. What I would give them credit for is this, like, if you're gonna prioritize musicianship, which in general is a bad idea, but if you're gonna prioritize musicianship, they do a great job of prioritizing musicianship. Hey dog, I just saw your short clip on overrated bands, so I was wondering, what are top 5 underrated bands? Ooh. Well, I'd say an underrated band by people who have good taste in music then is and Steely Dan, because they're so good, but I understand what people would think they're surely crap. It's after all complicated jazz fusion stuff, and how does that conceivably ever work? It doesn't, except it does with Steely Dan. So I'd say people with good taste in music are likely to underrate Steely Dan. I think people with good taste in music, well, underrated band. Oh, Camper Van Beethoven. Camper Van Beethoven's an underrated band. They're super grand. They got a lot of tracks that are killer. In fact, and they even make my playlist called Chappie Tracks. Camper Van Beethoven is definitely an underrated band. Most people probably never even heard of them. Another band that is underrated. Let's think. I wonder if I could have a drink, and then maybe that would help me realize what I'm trying to find out. Underrated band. I'd say They Might Be Giants is probably an underrated band. Billy Bragg is an underrated band. I mean, not a band, but neither is Taylor Swift. Yeah. Billy Bragg's underrated. Probably most people never heard of them. Same with Camper Van Beethoven. And what else did I just say? Oh, they might be giants, yeah. They might be giants. Can't prevent Beethoven and Billy Bragg. I'm trying to stick with the same time frame that they did in that video, which means you have to have started before 2000. Oh, Styx. I'll say Styx as well. Styx is actually a pretty great band. I recently added Too Much Time on My Hands to Chappy Tracks, but when I had Mr. Roboto album that came out when I was a kid, I listened to that thing until I wore out the cassette tape. It was so good. No, don't like that. Don't like that Can't Prevent Beethoven song. That's a fine song, but they've got much better songs than that. Like, well, the first song that I played for Rachel that she really liked a lot is not even what I think is. Yeah, I just say bands because it's short. It's a short word compared to say musical artist, which is two long words. Like the first song that Rachel heard of Camper and Beethoven, she liked a lot was called it's called Jerry's Daughter. We saw Jerry's daughter, and that is a really good track. That would be a good one to link. But they've got a lot of good tracks Camper and Beethoven does, including Borderline and one of these days gonna get into it way on over our heads. Then you'll find that there's no place to hide. When you're there, gonna whisper in my ear. What is I want to know? I call that the Jeff Shaw song. I like that song. It's a great song. I even have that on the playlist. But Billy Bragg is also a brilliant songwriter. Instead of playing some actual Billy Bragg, I will play on the guitar a Billy Bragg song. You need to pull it up on the screen here. Let's do. This song is called Paint You a Picture. It's such a beautiful song. This guy's a really great songwriter. He's also, unfortunately, an ENFP from what I can tell. And accordingly, his lyrics are full of irrational, commie nonsense. But even then, he's a good songwriter. But when he writes songs about love, he doesn't have to worry about that. He doesn't have to rely on his TI wrongness at all to come up with lyrics. But when I play a song, you will see what I'm saying about it being an absolutely gorgeous song, and it comes in an unmistakable triumph of songwriting. Hi there, FNS Zimmies. It's bad timing and me. We find a lot of things out this way. And there's you, a little black cloud in a dress. The temptation to take the precious things we have apart to see how they work. must be resisted, for they never fit together again. If this is rain, let it fall on me and drown me. If these are tears, let them fall. Must I paint you a picture about the way that I feel? You know my love for you is strong, girl. You know my love for you is real. It took a short walk and a talk to change the... Let's scroll down. I'll start right there. It took a short walk and a talk to change the rules of engagement, while you searched frantically for reverse. And then claiming that first you never tested is no virtue at all. And so I lost my ignorance. And now the bells across the river chime out your name. I look across to them again. Must I paint you a picture about the way that I feel? You know my love for you is strong, girl. You know my love for you is real. Anyway, I can't, it's a little high for me and my voice is kind of shot. But it's got great lyrics and it's a great song. Like, you know, later in the lyrics it says, most important decisions in life are made between two people in bed. I found that out at my expense. And when I see you, you just turn around and walk away like we never met. Oh, we used to be so brave. I dreamt the world would stop turning as we climbed the hill. I dreamt impossible dreams that we were lovers still. It's a fantastic song. All of his love songs, not all of them, but like many of his greatest songs are love songs. But he writes good calming songs too. It's just they're wrong, you know. You know, like Waiting for the Great Leap Forward. That's a calming song. It says, it may have been Camelot for Jack and Jacqueline, but on the Che Guevara highway, filling up with gasoline, a rich lady who's crying over luxury disappointments. Right. Anyway, Fidel Castro's brother spies a rich lady who's crying over luxury disappointments, so he goes over and he's trying to sympathize with her, but he thinks that he should warn her that the third world is just around the corner. Belly brag, you're not qualified to talk about politics. I'm sorry, bro, but if you're lionizing Cuba's oppressive, you know, instead of a kleptocracy, it's like a povertyocracy, well then, you are obviously wrong. He also covered like the Internationale. Oh, he's got the song "There's Power in a Union." Goes, there is power in a union. Down goes the black paper, down with the and our brothers and our sisters in many far off lands. There is power in the union. Who writes songs, you know, endorsing unions? Labor unions, not a fan. Some industries fine, you know, but in general, not a fan. You're listening at high volumes so people are impressed. Okay, listen, you know, like people with conscious FE they generally aren't that ham-fisted with it. Okay? I know that's how you perceive FE, as this ham-fisted, hey, look at me, aren't I cool thing. It's a little bit more sophisticated than that, okay? You got to mix in just the right amount of everything. Playing your music too loud is actually contraindicative of good FE. Imagine Dragons or some song called Sail. Most attractive band to listen to in 2026, 2027? Well, it's got to be Baby No Money. Apparently, Johnny's coming out with new music, but he hasn't yet, and I'll withhold judgment on that until I could say for sure that it would occur within that time period. Baby No Money's still making great music, and what often happens is the first time I listen to a song of his, I go, I'll leave it on playlist for now, but I don't think it's going to be really that good of a song. I think I'm probably going to take it off. And then usually I end up going, actually, I was wrong. This is actually quite good. And I think it's because at first, in many instances, I think it's too NI. And then I realized that, no, that's not derivative. It's just so catchy that my initial instincts are that's derivative in some way. So, like his new ballad, which is called, I think, Why Am I Like This? It's got that melody. Anyway, it gets caught in your head so much. And you realize after you've listened to it a couple times that, in fact, it's totally brilliant idea, even though initially it seems maybe too obvious. Oh yeah, everybody has to separate chart from chartist, because just because somebody made something good before doesn't mean this next thing they make is going to be good. You have to catch lightning in a bottle over and over again. Judy Ivy, hello, how are you? And welcome to Talking to Famous People. My name is Eric, and I am the most important man in the world. Past results are no guarantee of future outcomes, as they say in investment commercials. But I want to guarantee future outcomes. Listen, the future hasn't happened yet. Nobody can say for sure what it's going to look like. And that, of course, is why it would never conceivably be possible to travel into the future. The future hasn't happened yet. So it's not, logically impossible in some sense to travel backwards in time. Although I would assume everything would have to travel back in time concurrently, so nobody would even know they'd traveled back in time. But well, Fly Guy, there's no mystery as to why you like a song. If your taste is correct, you like it because the song has done that extremely rare job of correctly and accurately channeling a complete entity from the ether and manifesting it in concrete listenable form here on earth. They've not created anything. They've just realized a musical truth and made it happen correctly. That's why the reason, if you're right about liking a song, the reason you like it is because the song is an accurate manifestation of the complete entity that existed prior to it being put down. Lyrics are by far the key factor for you, even though I know a lot of people listen for the instruments. Well, I can accept lyrics that are not good because I'm mostly paying attention to the song, which is to say the melody line, the vocal melody line, and the chords and drums and harmonies and stuff, and all that, how that stuff works together as a track. Lyrics are a little less of a concern. In other words, you can make some mistakes in lyrics and still have a fantastic track, where it's not true you can make mistakes in other areas. Like, let me think of a song that's good with bad lyrics. Steal My Sunshine by Lynn. It doesn't have bad lyrics. The chorus lyrics are fine. They're great even. You know, the Don't Steal My Sunshine is a great central line for a song. But the rest of the lyrics in it are just they're not so bad they make you cringe or anything. They're just not good. You know. With the sticky buns and the like, they're just saying whatever kind of random stuff. You know. But it's fine because when you're writing a song, and at least like this kind of composition where you've got the chords and the melody line, and then you need to put words down. Like, for example, my piano song. That song makes you cringe so bad. Well, sure, different people are satisfied by different songs because people are impacted more or less by SI in their considerations. So people, or potentially FI as well, people who know subjectively are going to favor things that are familiar, regardless of if they're good. And when they're discovering new things, they're going to, what you'll find happens a lot is people will like things that are almost good because their intuition can't tell the difference. And of course, then once they start listening to it, it becomes familiar, so they like it for that reason. There might be FI stuff too. Like, I really like the emotional resonance of this song, but I'm not sure if, like, so I guess because it's FI, something could emotionally resonate for one person, but not be universally emotionally resonant. In that case, you might like a song for FI reasons. It's not good. But so yes, people people different people have different tastes in music. Joe likes and really enjoys listening to Pearl Jam, and obviously I could never listen to Pearl Jam. So is his enjoyment less valid than my enjoyment? No. Is his taste worse than mine? Yes. Yeah, NI is associated with good music. What I'm saying is, why do people like bad music? It's because of SI primarily. It might be a little bit because of FI, but or even TE. TE really like, so if you're TE with bad NI, you're going to mistake quality for skill. Like, if you're skilled with your musicianship, that must be good. Like my dad did, right? Well, sure, there are plenty of songs that have that SI generational quality that persists for as long as that generation is alive because it's stuck in their memory and it links to a good time in their life or something like that. And so they keep listening to it even though it's not good. And lots of bad things attain that kind of status. But no bad things attain the status of continuing to be listened to after that generation is dead. And that's the case with anything by Pearl Jam. I'm not actually specifically familiar with that song. So I'm sure I've heard it though. If you say it's that generation of the song, I probably heard it. But in in theory, they could have caught lightning in a bottle and have one good song. There are plenty of people who have one song that is absolutely stunningly amazing, and that's it. Well, thanks, Fruitmas. I'm glad you listened to those things. Like Fountains of Wayne. Stacy's mom is is an opus. It is a triumph of multiple generations. That song is a triumph. It will always be a triumph. People will always listen to that song because it is so fucking good. It's so well written. The changes are so beautifully like correct and also kind of surprising. It's wonderful. And yet, who knows a single other Fountains of Wayne song? Nobody. Because they only had one good song. So it's possible the program has one good song that I haven't heard. But I can tell you that, like, for example, it's impossible for Dave Matthews to make a good song because the way he's going about making music is exclusive of actually making good songs. I think that's probably the case for Pearl Jam, but they may be not making music, they may be not executing such a bad process that it's impossible for them. Dave Matthews is executing such a bad process that it's impossible for him. Like his process is all extroverted intuition, no introverted intuition. You can never possibly make good music with all extroverted intuition and no introverted intuition. Well, he's third slot NE, NI polar. I'm very convinced he's an ESTJ, which is why he's so successful, because ESTJs are very great at accomplishing their goals, like being successful at making music. And it doesn't matter if they have no talent for it. They have so little intuition, they have no idea that what they're making is terrible. My dad was the same way. He listened to large variety of things. When I was younger, he had this huge vinyl collection. Almost absolutely everything was complete garbage, but he'd sometimes listen to good things like the Beatles or Steely Dan, or what else was good that he listened to? Well, he had Parliament Funkadelic albums and stuff like that. Myers-Briggs, Union, Union cognitive functions expressed correctly is simply just an articulation of the different ways in which people pay attention. And there are two kinds each for each of the four ways of paying attention: knowing, decide, determining. Those are your epistemic functions, knowing and determining. And then static action, dynamic action, that's action and interface. So basically 2 ways of taking action and 2 ways of epistemologizing, knowing and concluding things. Yeah, Dave Matthews' tour bus apparently dumped 800 pounds of human waste on a sightseeing boat that was open to the sky, dropped in a bunch of passengers. Yes, I was a teacher for all of my working career once I graduated from college. First, I was in special ed for a while, but then I got a regular ed job to be an English teacher. Then I became a debate coach. And after I started being a debate coach, the other stuff faded away because both I was highly effective as a debate coach. My kids won all the time. And if you're a good coach, you don't have to work in like a regular teaching job because you're actually in demand, unlike good teachers who may be in demand but are not, parent choice doesn't allow them to pick a good teacher the school chooses. And additionally, it's very hard to tell from the outside who a good teacher is because the results of the classroom efforts are not public knowledge to everybody. Whereas in debate, every round's result, comments on the ballot, scores, etc., it's all public knowledge. So if you don't succeed as a debate coach, everybody knows you're doing a shitty job. If all your kids lose, they don't get better, they start getting worse, Well, in the first tournament, they actually won a round. Now they haven't even won one round, and it's very obvious to everybody if you watch 2 debaters debating against each other. If one of them's totally unprepared, it's abundantly obvious to everybody, which includes parents watching and the judge and the opponent and the kid doing it, who's embarrassed by their lack of preparation. So when parents watched rounds, they got to see not just what I did with their kid, but what every other coach did with the kids that my kids were debating against, right? And they could see clearly that I'm a better coach by simply watching the product in front of their eyes and noting that their kids are winning and the other kids are losing. Yeah, at least they didn't have to hear his music. I would think it's a toss up. Would you rather get 800 pounds of human sewage dumped on you or have to listen to Dave Matthews for 8 hours? Ooh, I might have to go with the sewage. I could wash that off relatively quickly. And one of the things that I got used to as a debate coach when I was coaching debate was I would explain the correct positions on things, and the students would write it down, take notes, and then I'd say, okay, now execute what I just said in this round, and then they'd try to say what I had said or express the concept. I'd say, no, don't say it like that, because then you open yourself up to this. Say it like this. Then they would do it again, etc. What did I never get when I made observations like, okay, so in this case, one thing that's very relevant is the principle of proportionality. So let me go over the link between proportionality and justice. I would never get anybody say, no, justice doesn't have proportionality as a principle. You're so full of yourself. Why do you think you know things? Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, when you're a debate coach, your kids want to win. They're not invested in any particular position or side. So they just want the winning arguments. And if you give them the winning arguments, they will win. And obviously, the pushback you get is if they don't win and you went into a round and you told them to say this, but the other team had a perfect answer to it and they had no answer to that answer, then you get complaints. That's how it should be, right? Instead, around here, I start explaining how things are. I'm not trying to advocate this is how they should be. I'm not trying to debate whether or not this is the case. I'm simply explaining how things are. But I will get pushback because somebody has that bumper sticker, right? Like, oh, I have that bumper sticker up. Eye for eye makes the whole world go blind. And I point out how dumb it is and how it fails to recognize the actual endorsement, which is of proportionality. And then they come in and try to be like, no, that's bad. I forgot that's bad. Listen, you idiot. This is not a, I'll say it's good, you say it's bad, let's debate it. I'm explaining reality as it is. None of us get to choose how reality is. So, accordingly, you can be confident that when I'm explaining something that is that way, it's because I've already parsed through all the various arguments related to it, and it's rock solid, watertight. There's no way to defeat that argument chain, right? So, of course, that's what dissemblers do as well, which is they try to deny the legitimacy of observations. So, an observation is something like the sun sets in the west. I don't need to have a citation for it. I'm simply observing something that is. As an ISP, what would I like? You'd like to understand everything. You'd like to have a comprehensive, uh, overarching overlook view of not just the forest, but all forests. And once you have a full understanding of all the linkages, relevancies, etc., then, and only then, is it time to take action. Bring your chili to work day. I don't have it. I do have some chili, actually. I've got some canned chili in the kitchen. If I had a job, I would bring it to work. I did, as I said earlier in the stream, notice that Coast Harbor in town has a help one sign up. So I think I'm going to drop off my resume there on Monday. I'll customize it a bit for the hardware store. If I were to get a job, or maybe I should say when I get a job, but I don't want to death flag me. I think it's really going to liven things up a lot because then I'll have a lot less free time and I'll probably find it a lot more valuable. I heard some recent LD. It feels more like it scores by the word since I did it. Well, I mean, there are some standardizations, normalizations that have entered into it that persist simply because nobody's making the right arguments against them. For example, it seems to have certainly infiltrated deeply in policy debate, but seems to have infiltrated into or infected Lincoln Douglas as well. This default assumption that the following argument justifies using the utilitarian frame, that policymakers have to work with incomplete knowledge, so that's why we use utilitarianism. That is, of course, insane and absurd because we don't even address impact questions until after we've addressed legitimacy questions. And if there's sufficient knowledge to know it's illegitimate, then fuck your utilitarian calculus. But unfortunately, nobody in the debate community seems to be running the proper arguments in response to that. That's how it was when I left active competition coaching. We would run the proper responses to it, of course. Now, teleology does not contradict Kant because it's not a moral calculus. It's a utility calculus that says things have, we can understand how things are, what they are by their purpose, right? But the difference between teleology and utilitarianism is utilitarianism says we can determine the legitimacy of something by predicting the outcomes. And that's not the case. So a perfect example of how it's not the case is I might predict that stabbing you will cause you to get a bunch of gold coins land on the ground, and that'll be good for you because the wound you have will be easy to heal and you'll have all these gold coins now. That does not justify me stabbing you, obviously, because most likely my prediction is wrong. And people overestimate their ability to predict all the time. But most importantly, a normative framework that does its job is able to tell you before an action is taken whether or not it's morally permissible, not after the impact has been calculated. By then, it's too late to use a normative calculus. So obviously, utilitarianism isn't even a normative framework and shouldn't be used as a criterion for evaluating rounds until and unless legitimacy questions have been answered. You got to respect the order of questions. That's why framework comes before case level. And utilitarianism does not qualify as something you can use as a legitimacy calculus. So accordingly, in Lincoln Douglas debate, which is values debate, you should never see anybody running util. You can't say Spock was wrong. Well, you can say that. What are you justifying it with? What was he wrong about? What did Spock say that was wrong, and why was it wrong? I mean, I'll just, well, of course, we can't weigh the needs of the many. And it's not okay to concentrate harm by appealing to diffuse good. Now, note that oh, that's what Spock said. And the reason we can't is the same reason we can't use util. If I decide to kill that guy, steal all his property, and distribute it amongst various people, I might be able to predict the following. I can predict for sure that if I do the first act, kill and steal his stuff, that those harms will be incurred. After that, it's an absolute fucking crapshoot. We have no way to know how that money is going to impact those various people. I have a lot less. I used to have a lot less money, but now I'm pretty freaking happy. But until recently, I had a lot more money, but I was very unhappy, right? So the money did not help. Now, granted, I wasn't unhappy because of the money, but you can conceive of a situation where that is the case. Additionally, maybe one of those people you distribute the extra resources to uses it to buy an AK-47 and mow everybody down. You cannot know what the impacts are going to be before the action is taken. What you can know is whether the action is legitimate before the action is taken. But you can't know that via utilitarianism. You can only know that via a deontological calculus or some kind of rights calculus. Or legitimacy calculus like jurisdictional calculus or something. Well, look, let's go to show you the difference between virtue ethics and value ethics. It may be advisable in virtue ethics for one individual to sacrifice of himself to help others, because that's how virtue works. Individuals can be virtuous. It's not virtuous for one individual to sacrifice another individual to help others, because they're not making the sacrifice, right? They're forcing somebody non-consensually to make the sacrifice. So we must uphold certain core values. We may uphold virtues. Maybe we should, but there's some dispute about what comprises actually a virtue. Cons utility. So maybe you should give money to charity, but you must respect the rights of another or suffer actual consequences, legal or simply incurring the status of having committed a morally impermissible act. But it's not like Kant's right about everything. He's wrong about lying necessarily being morally impermissible. It's always inadvisable and sometimes morally impermissible. But his appeal to a categorical imperative that says you always use others as a means to an end, and not as an end in themselves and not as a means to an end, it does not follow from that lying is necessarily wicked, because he's changing his criterion there, right? Instead of being violatory of something universalizable, it violates a reasonable expectation that somebody else tells the truth. And that's not the same thing as a rights violation. It's always inadvisable, because every time you lie, you're gambling your credibility for short-term gain, your long-term credibility, and it's never worth it. Trouble, get out of Capillo's bed. Oh my God. Trouble, this is not your bed. Okay? This is Capillo's bed. Come here. You do not get to have both beds. That's your bed. Go ahead, Capillo. Oh, that is not your bed, Trouble. Trouble went and stole Capillo's bed. I hope she still sits in it, now that he got his smell on it. That's why he's the bad kitty, I guess. Let's see what we got here. What does this drum beat sound like? Oh, that's more than just a drum beat. Okay. I could play with that beat, but I don't really like it that much. I guess I like the other one better, but I don't really like it that much either. What about this one? See what this sounds like. That's kind of fun. What about this one? Boom, ba, ba-doom, boom, ba, boom, ba ba dum boom ba ba boom ba ba dum boom ba boom ba ba dum boom ba ba boom ba ba dum boom ba boom ba ba dum boom ba ba. Let's listen to this one. Complicated. It's got a lot of little things going on. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Oh yeah. What you saying right now? I can't understand the word. Oh yeah? Uh-huh. What you saying right now? You're trying to say something, but I can't understand a single word. Hmm. Hmm. I see. We have traveled to the land of samba and topless women, Brazil. That's who invented this beat. The country of Brazil. I don't really know if it's Brazilian, but let's say it is. Okay. Like this. Like this. No, like this, I said. Like this. Okay, let's try it again. This time well. This time I'll try to do a good job. here. Tough beat to work with. A tough beat to work with. I guess I'm not familiar with working that kind of rhythm, really. Tough beat to work with. That's what she said. Why? Nobody's really sure. No, where's that? No, not PC mode. What? Stop. What's going on here? No. I smelled some smoke on the water for a second. Well, you know, obviously, I'm not intentionally designed really to make good music because I don't have NI conscious. So I have to do workarounds basically. Workarounds that go a little something like this. Sounds like that French stuff you were playing, you know, like super complicated, but also not melodically like pleasing in some way, but also satisfying in some way. So I'm not trying to diss it. There was a day not long ago I met my baby. We danced so slow. I knew then that she was my girl. She said, hold me close and watch me dance. Later you can get into my pants, but right now we're having romantic moments. I'm like, fuck yeah, romantic moments are fantastic for me and you. And whoever's playing this keyboard song has got talent coming out the kazoo. 'Cause I don't think that I've ever heard something quite so romantic. It would make Jews and Muslims fall in love. That's how romantic it is, it's from above. You know, I don't necessarily play a lot of romantic songs, but obviously when I do, there's a sudden, inexplicable flurry of marriages and stuff, pregnancies, because a man and a woman sitting next to each other, both single, they hear that song. Before the end of it, they're copulating. That's how romantic that was. I think it's fair to say that it was more romantic than you can shake a stick at. Thank you, Ruben. Thank you. Appreciate it. The princess is in another castle. It was as romantic as Valentine's Day, plus flowers, plus he went to Jared, plus every kiss begins with K, all combined into one. That's how romantic it was. Trouble's back in his bed, but Capito is no longer in her bed. Hopefully she will go back to it and accept that it is her bed. And just because Trouble's sad in it doesn't mean he's allowed to. It took me a while to notice, I guess. Wahoo wahania. Wahoo wahania indeed. Whoever's playing this keyboard song got talent coming out the kazoo. Might be a dig as much as praise. Well, it depends where you think the kazoo is. No, it's different than the wazoo, which is what I should have said. But I guess I said kazoo. All right, let's pull some bong rips. Ask for it and you shall receive. You want to pull bong rips? Great. Let's do it. Hi, kitty. You're up here, huh? You know I'm going to put you on your bed in a second. So you better get used to it. Purdue versus UCLA is on. I could have that in the background of the tab. Have a little sports on. I like to sometimes have a little sports on when I'm live streaming. If something exciting happens in the sporting event, I can provide commentary on it. It looks like a good game as well. Thanks. It was like this when I found out. I appreciate it. That's why they call me the Julio Iglesias of 2026. All right, so Purdue's up by 4 points with the ball here. There's only 2:21 left in the game, so we're here in crunch time. Let's see what happens. I'm rooting for UCLA. Even though, as an SC fan, I'm not a UCLA fan, I am still going to root for UCLA against other random places like Purdue. I'm not a Purdue fan, that's for sure. Oh, Kitty, you have a need for pets that exceeds even my capacity to provide pets. Oh, make the shots, UCLA. You're never going to win the game if you miss all of your shots. These are the kind of advice I give to basketball teams. That's why so many have recruited me to coach basketball. All right, guys, I've got a simple plan. Make all your shots, stop them from making shots, either by stealing the ball or blocking it. All right, everybody understand? Let's go. Let's go out there and win. All right, guys. The reason we lost this game is because you did not listen to me. I told you to make all of your shots. Now, that guy just listened to me. He made a layup. Now it is back to a 4-point game. Still only a minute and 21 left. It looks like it's at UCLA. Oh, is it? Well, they're the home team. That doesn't look like UCLA's home court because it's the Big Ten Conference Championship. So, even though they're technically the home team, they're not really the home team. They don't have like a huge advantage in fans present, for example. Well, with just 58 seconds left, Purdue needs to put the ball up here in a second because they're running out of shot clock. 5 left on the shot clock. Kicked out to the 3-point shooter who misses the 3-point shot. And oh, the one UCLA player tipped it away from another UCLA player. You miss all the shots you don't make. A wise man once told me. That is a wise observation. It is not true that you miss shots you don't take because in order to make or miss a shot, you must take it, obviously. So it's looking like trouble for the Bruins here. Down by 4, Purdue at the free throw line. The center throws up the first end of a 1-and-1 and makes it. Now a 5-point game. Still with 43 seconds left. 6-point lead if the guy makes the second free throw. It is not insurmountable. Just takes 2 3-point shots to go in. Here in crunch time, it does not look like UCLA is particularly good at clutch shooting, but that could change in a heartbeat. Let's find out. Okay. You have the wonderful spirit of an angel. Yes, you do. A wonderful spirit of an angel. How did you get that wonderful spirit? Did you get it at Kitty Angel Spirit Incorporated? One thing that I hear often enough from random people who come through here is the boogeymaning of corporations. It's always frustrating because, of course, none of those people seem to even know what a corporation is or what incorporation is. And yet they want to blame corporations for everything. It's crazy. Like, how could anybody have a position on something when they don't even know what it is? You know, it's like, and when they then advocate in favor of more taxes for corporations and so forth, well, you know, to whom does that go? An incorporated entity called a municipality, a county, a state government, which are incorporated so that they can do things like write checks. Hugh Bartholomew, this cat is something. It's a cat. Like a frying pan is ethically neutral, right? It is true that if people have a plans to do things wicked things, then they can do those things as an individual, or they can utilize a corporation to do those wicked things, because that's what incorporation does. Is it provides legal agency to uh, a fictitious entity like a company. So you're right to point out that it's ethically neutral, because obviously, if you incorporate for the purpose of hiding behind that to commit fraud, well, then it's just as bad and no different from if they did it as an individual. It's just they're using a different legal mechanism of agency. but but you know, people don't want the complicated reality of things where um, where you can certainly critique and blame individuals for their actions. Like it's fine enough for people to complain about, blame, and hate Trump. He's up to all kinds of illegitimate nonsense. But that doesn't work as a boogeyman, because Trump will be out of office in a couple of years, and then they're going to need a new boogeyman, right? So generally, people who are guilty of boogeymaning, they're more concerned about the pretend monolith that they've built to be scared of or angry at, than they are about actual people who could be actually responsible for things. Like it's fine to blame, to say this corporation is bad because they're doing this bad thing, because that's what can be bad and do bad things, or agents of some kind. It's not okay to say that corporations in general are bad, because, among other things, that's a reification fallacy. Corporations in general don't have agency. Specific corporations do. Oh, UCLA, you have not made a single shot here in crunch time. You deserve to lose this game. But, people love their metaphorical non-understandings for some reason. Hey. I am thrilled with this lack of understanding I have. Stop trying to explain things to me. They're entirely enamored with their lack of understanding, it seems often. Look, it doesn't matter what a corporation is. What matters is that corporations are bad. Can you imagine? And people come in with their absurd populist kind of diluted, I mean, not diluted, but diluted liberal arts fucking ENFP garbage, and pretend that they're saying something about economics. I like to ask the question, what is wealth? They have no idea. They have no answer at all for it. If you don't even have any idea of what wealth is, well, how could you possibly think that you know what should be done economically? People fear concentrations of wealth and power for the amplified impact they can offer the wicked or careless. Well, I get that. In general, it's bad to have too much power concentrated in too few hands, whether that's power, monetary power, or political power. In general, conceptually, it's bad. But with political power, you can address that by having, changing the people in office, right? With wealth, it doesn't work like that. So I get that it was bad for Jeffrey Epstein to have all that money because look what he did with it. And I do get that in the contemporary current day, I think everybody should be more inclined than ever before to believe that massive wealth slash fame seems to irredeemably corrupt people. But we can't generalize that as a rule because there are people who are rich and famous who have not been corrupted by it and are not like that. So ultimately, what matters is the universalizability of something in terms of legitimacy. It's like California has some proposed billionaires tax. What ridiculousness. It is the case that nobody should vote for a tax that's not on themselves. It's incredibly irresponsible and outrageous to vote for a tax on somebody other than yourself. It's incorrect to confuse that fear with a genuine distaste for corporations. No, I don't confuse that fear for a genuine distaste. I recognize that fear for what it is, a refusal to engage with actual policy matters in any kind of meaningful way, and to instead have this reductive and make believe enemy uh, replace actual cogent engagement with any ideas. It's like, I get the problem isn't that they hate corporations. It'd be exactly the same problem if they were bitching about postmodernists. They're still creating a boogeyman group that, either way, that is make believe in order to avoid doing actual engagement with ideas. No, I know what you're saying. I'm not accusing you of accusing me of that. I'm just saying that maybe I did think you were saying that I thought that, and I'm wrong to have thought that. So I stand corrected. Anyway, yeah, what this whole like culture warrior thing represents is the replacement of a core assumption in American politics that even when we disagree, we still all want what's best for America. And it represents the displacement of some critically core values, things like capitalism, which isn't even any kind of ideology or anything, but is instead the absence of centralized control of individual commercial endeavors. The idea that you have in this country idiots who were like raised in the spoiled suburbs who have come to be who they are entirely because of the benefits of capitalism, and they start making critiques of capitalism on their iPhone in the live stream. How could anybody be so inconceivably blind to hypocrisy? I do not know. Like they're imagining that all of the things that they count on and rely on and enjoy will just persist fine once they implement their insane centralized economic control plan. Just see how well your phone service works when the government takes it over. I got the new iPhone. How is it? It's absolutely terrible. I wish we could go back to Apple making these. Too bad. The People's Republic of America now controls all means of production. Command economies of all kinds aren't tenable. Right, yeah. Absolutely not. The government definitionally already has a monopoly It's on use of force. And it's tasked to use that monopoly to ensure justice in the engagements of the individuals populating that country, you know. This doesn't mean I'm not in favor of any commons. I think it's great that the U.S. has national parks and sets aside protected areas for just being wild or maybe for some other purpose. I think that's important. And I think that I think it's important for municipalities to have like basketball courts, tennis courts, stuff like that. Facilities that the public can use to feel like they're part of a real community. After all, the public comprises the people who are governing as well. All the people who are governing are chosen from the public. And there are legitimate kind of public infrastructure things that are the legitimate purview of government. I personally think environmental protection is another legitimate purview of government, although it's not a constitutional purview of the federal government. But I think you can make the argument successfully by interstate commerce that because environmental concerns don't respect state boundaries, it should be, it's reasonable to consider it an appropriate role for the federal government to play. All right, what am I doing here today? Am I just wasting all day? Where is there a three-prong adapter? Oh, right. I actually do have a three-prong adapter. It's actually a teeny little, like, connect three-prong cable. And I could use it, but it's currently plugging in the internet. I could end stream, extract that thing, and stream again later if I felt like it. I'm not sure how else I'd make any progress on the pond. Well, I mean, I could put the cord just above ground right now, just to try it out before I get the alternative. I could make some lunch. Wouldn't mind cooking up something to eat. You could barbecue something too. So many choices. What do I want to do? I think I will continue to live stream, and I think I'm going to start at the barbecue and cook me up something to eat. The last time I cooked a steak on there, I overcooked it. They're thin steaks. They need to be, you got to be quite precise in the cooking of them. This time I think I might cook on the Q instead of steaks a smoked sausage. That's easy because basically can't overcook them or undercook them because they're already pre-cooked. And that's not necessarily why you can't. It's hard to overcook them. Or I could have raw sausages. That's a possibility. I mean, not eat them raw, but I did get some. I think they're called garlic sausages. Irish garlic. That's what these sausages are called. Irish garlic. I could do 2 sausages and a couple pieces of bread. If I don't need too much bread, it's fine. Let me just have one piece of bread. So a couple of sausages, some cheese, a couple slices of pickle, piece of bread. That sounds like a pretty good lunch. I could even cook these sausages right here. But I'd rather start the barbecue. Starting the barbecue is fun. Cooking outside is fun. The hot melty thing happens to extension cords when the cord is too light for the electrical load, so favor heavy cord gauge cordage. It happens to lunch when grilling with cheese. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. My problem isn't the heaviness of the cordage gauge. It's the fact that the metal tube that I want to put it through, its opening is slightly too narrow for the extension cord. So I could just forego the tube, but I don't know. I want to run it through the tube. Looks like Rachel got something. What is it? It is from either Banana Republic, Old Navy, Gap, or Athleta. From one of those 4 stores. Athleta, Old Navy, Gap, or Banana Republic. Might be from Winston's mom, or it might be something Rachel got herself. I'm not sure. This is a mail to Rachel from Ulta. Ulta is like Sephora. I know this because my daughter used to work at Ulta. Right, that's not why I went outside. I didn't go outside to get the mail. I went outside to start the barbecue. I hear the neighbors out here, so I'll tell you what I'm thinking is I might go move this barbecue around back where I don't have to hear them so much. I can just bring my glasses with me and I'll be able to read the chat. Let me put this ash over into the forest. We'll just kind of put it down there. It's fine. It's all biodegradable. All right, let's do this. Let's move the barbecue around back. I think it should probably stay there permanently for this reason. It's not going to change. It's going to happen at least as often as it doesn't happen. So I might as well just move this operation around back. You know, our back's actually closer to the kitchen too, so I could move it out back, or I could put it right here. You know, right here looks like a pretty tempting spot. You know, that's too close to the house. It's gonna get smoke all over the house. Okay, so where am I gonna put it out back then? Even? Let's go scout it out first. So basically, like right here is the best place to put it, I guess. And then we're gonna come right here. And then when I'm done with it, I can put it away in this corner where all this crap is, which I can move because that crap links to the pond project. And the part of the pond project I'm working on right now doesn't involve any of that crap. Although I should get back to that part where I add rocks to the thing. Alright, so let's move this back here then. Let's put it where I said. And when we put it, because we're going to use it right now, when we put it away, we'll put it away. Make sure you can see all the action. Okay. Now we need to get the wood trolley. Actually, I think what I'm going to do, instead of getting the wood trolley, because that's going to make a mess pushing it across these rocks. I'm going to use this bucket to get some wood and bring it over here. I'll figure out what to do with the wood trolley after it's less full and fewer pieces of wood will fall off when I move it. This bucket is fine for getting pieces of wood in. I can get plenty enough wood in this. This is super punky pieces. These are good for starting, but not good for burning into coals. So I'll get some of the more hardwood pieces of this stuff. This stuff is nice hardwood. I don't know what kind of wood it is, but it makes for an effective barbecue fire. I'll get a couple more pieces of punky wood. Is that what you call this stuff? Would you also call this punky wood? I don't know where I learned that term, but probably from my dad. Okay. So now we got the wood. And we can put it next to the barbecue. And then once I bring the gas out, then I will go inside, get my glasses, and I'll be able to read the chat. We can start the fire at that point. Okay, so I'm getting the gasoline right now. Okay. Come on, gasoline. You're coming with me. The beautiful thing is it's going to turn that corner and get back here. I can't hear him anymore. Alright. We'll need the torch to start the fire, so let's go inside now and we'll get my glasses as well. I'll be able to read what you're saying and respond to it. Of course that door is locked. It's okay. It's the right general policy to keep the doors locked, so you're going to incur harms like that occasionally. That one's locked too. All right. Here are my glasses. Here are my smokes. Here is my propane torch. Jokes, jokes, jokes. Let me see. Oh, you think the two sides of the cord are different sizes? I hadn't thought about that possibility. I didn't even try the other side. That won't help me. Well, it will help me somewhat, but it's like I'll have to take the tube out from where it is and put it in and turn it around. I haven't had all the normal chemical motivation yet, so I'm living vicariously from next to the cat on my couch. Sounds good, you know? When I'm not empowered by pharmacy, by big pharma. I did not know that one end was smaller than the other. Oh, Rachel got a Christmas present from Winston's mom. Thank you so much, Winston's mom. I'll let her open it herself, obviously, when she gets up. All right, so I got my torch here. And next on the agenda is start the fire. I'm going to be really annoyed if Capio won't sit in that bed anymore because Trouble's at it. That's going to make me, it's going to really cut my hide, but hopefully she will sit in it. All right, I'll go try that thing. I'll start the fire first, then I'll do that. It takes time to do its thing, so. We'll put these punky pieces on the bottom. They'll burn up quickly, but start easily. This one, it seems like it's too big. Well, that fits. I'm kind of impressed by what a good job I did at making sure all the pieces were sized to fit in the barbecue. Even that one fit. Okay, now let's do, well, we could start with all punky wood here and then put on, this is not punky, but it's like punky. And then we'll put on the good wood after that burns down again. Let's do that. I see you, ants, but unfortunately, you're about to incur a horrifying catastrophe from your perspective. You guys ready for it? Here it comes, ants. Probably should move the gasoline away from the fire a little bit. When what was I gonna say? I don't remember. You know, I already have a hibachi out here, but it's not big enough to grill on, really. It's also so low to the ground. Oh, the ants, yeah. It was never my intent to genocide this little community of ants by way of horrible fiery death. But what was I going to do? Shake off the log out to get the ants off of it? Where would they even go? They didn't have a house around here. So I just had to pour the gas, spark the gas. Now I know how it feels to be a Nazi concentration camp guard. It was a little teeny black ant, so it's not like they were big ants trying desperately to speak. No, they were the littlest kind of ants, the littlest black ants. Still, not an ideal fate for them, obviously. And if I could have chosen do this and have there be ants on it, or do this and not, I would have chosen the second one, but I wasn't offered that choice. Anyway, this is probably over pretty quick for him. I don't know how long an ant can survive in a conflagration like that. And probably if there's a forest fire, ants aren't fast enough to get out of the way of it, I would guess. Yeah, the vocal ants are all against fire starting devices. I like to say that if people mastered fire nowadays, only it used to be extremely regulated, and only people with certain credentials and like, only cops would be able to use it. Only firefighters would be like they'd be the only ones allowed to make fires. That's how it would be if it were mastered today. I don't know if you've seen this messaging before. Gasoline and fire don't mix. Well, that's a lie. It's actually the best way to start the barbecue. It's better than charcoal lighter fluid. Faster, it leaves the matter in no doubt. No, Fly Guy, whether or not it's okay to kill something has nothing to do with how many of it there are. Although, it can be made not okay if there are very few things. So, like, it's much less bad to kill a pigeon than an endangered Botswanan barn swallow or whatever, because there aren't very many of them left. Plenty of pigeons left. And when talking about animals, of course, it's not a rights issue, so we don't have to worry about that. Obviously, there is still a moral component to it, but that's kind of a, like, custodial responsibility. It's kind of an intuitive thing that, based on the reality that suffering is bad. So it's like technically, we don't find people guilty of animal abuse because they violated an animal's rights. Instead, we find them guilty of animal abuse because they engaged in conduct that is criminally unbecoming the human. Of course, we seem to tolerate a lot of animal abuse if it's done in the name of science, which I don't think is good. I'm much more broadly fine with eating animals than I am with testing shit on them. Although in some instances I think there's adequate justification to do so, because since it is legitimate, since it's not calculated on a rice calculus, then utilitarian justifications can come into play. Maybe it's a little close to that tree. I mean, I'm not worried about this instance of it. It's not that big of a fire or whatever, but and it's still early in the spring, but I should probably move it more over there. Just a little bit over there more. Or I could get some more dirt and make this little area here like a flat little platform and put it right here. And I could cut off that one branch there, and then I wouldn't really have to worry about fire. The nice thing about the front yard and driveway is it represents a pretty clear barrier between the house and any foliage, because the place was designed with fire safety in mind, because we're in fire country. But look how close that house is to the tree. That's not very fire safe. I've explained to this tree before that it needs to keep its branches on this side of the rain gutter. Oh man, I need to get up on the roof. I need to get up on the roof and take down the Christmas lights. I need to get up on the roof. I need to clean out the rain gutters. And I mean on the top roof. I've never gotten on the top roof before. I've only gotten on the lower roof. I guess I should be able to climb onto the top roof from the top of the air conditioning, maybe? Or I might have to bring a ladder up there. I guess, nothing to do but to do it. I could just sit and hum and haw and talk about it forever, but I'm not going to do it while I'm doing this, obviously. Can't do too many things at once, or none of them will get done properly. Okay, this is starting to look like it's time to put the additional wood on. Yep. Sure is. Sure enough. Alright. It is pretty hot, so I want to be careful when putting the woods in there. And these pieces of harder wood, they will go down to a nice bed of coals. Now I'm trying to keep it all over here, so I've got a clearly defined fire space and direct heat space and indirect heat space. I guess what I'm actually thinking at this moment is, do I want to maybe cook chicken? I mean, I know I just at dinner last night I had a Cobb salad, so another salad with meat on it right now feels a little redundant, or I guess played out in my mouth already. But the last time I made that here with the chicken and the lettuce, what else did I put in it? Onions, and cheese, feta cheese, and other cheese. That's where I was going to make these things. I'm going to just stick with making these things. That's fine. I forgot what I was going to make there for a second. Here's another thing I want to tell you about barbecue and stuff. Having hooked to grilled on the roof, huh? Families of mammals are unusually small, but it's because most of those families have been going extinct during the last million years while humans have expanded. Bats account for approximately 20% of all classified mammal species. That is a lot of bats. It was like this when I found it is correct about that. It's getting mega hot in California. It's not hot here, really. I mean, it's not cold. It's kind of coolish, I guess. What temperature? 77. Hi, Rachel. How you doing, darling? What would you like me to grill you up for lunch? Do you have anything in particular in mind? Are you hungry? I've got the barbecue started outside. The fire's going nicely, as you can see here. I need to just give it a little time to process what's happening to it right now. I was like, okay, I'm combusting, that's fine. On a dead, dry piece of wood, that's perfectly acceptable. So you have a few options. You could have sausages that I'm making, Irish garlic sausages they're called, or you could have, I could grill you up some chicken, or I could grill you a steak, or I could make you a smoked sausage, or I could cut up some spam and grill it. I could also conceivably grill some broccoli. This time I'll have to leave it on longer. I attempted grilling broccoli before and it came out basically uncooked. I mean, it was like a little bit softened, but that didn't work the way it did the first time. Maybe this time it'll come out better. Irish sausages sound good. What do you think about Irish sausages and broccoli? Is today St. Patrick's Day? Oh, well, I'm sorry I didn't get any kielbasa like you wanted, Rachel. I didn't realize it was here so soon. But I do have Irish garlic sausages. Oh, it's the 17th. Okay. All right, well, I'll do the sausages and broccoli. So we're going to have to do a little prep in here on the broccoli. Let me see if I wonder. I don't want to ruin my bread pan. I wonder if you could use a bread pan as like a little dish on the barbecue. Do you think you can do that? Who thinks you could use a bread pan as a little dish on the barbecue? Without ruining the bread pan. I'm fine if it gets a little dirty or something, but do you think it would be fine to put broccoli in this and then put this on the barbecue? Thoughts, anybody? This is the perfect size to put broccoli in. And I could put aluminum foil over the top. It's going to get so hot. Well, I can put it on indirect fire. I tried that last time with the aluminum foil and it didn't get that cooked. I was thinking this is a little thicker than aluminum foil. It'll be burnt black, huh? Will it still work the same as a... Okay, I'll do the foil package thing again. In other words, I'll do the following. I will make one of those things out of aluminum foil. I could even use it as a model. That's for me. What if I put this around this? Then would it work? What do you think about that? Would it still get black? How about that? Well, there is a coating on it. Okay, I won't use this. Fine. I won't use this. Let's call today Eric Defers to Prudent Adults Day. Now I feel lost without that is a guide to use. Maybe I could still continue guiding with it until I'm done with this end. So let me get I'm out of it. And let's put it first like this. Okay. Now, let's go like that. Okay, another coating of aluminum foil. Okay. Now let's try to take this out. Okay, then we'll put the broccoli in here and we will either fold it up on top of it or put a lid, depending on how much room it takes up. Okay, you can go back in here. You're welcome. Say, he says thank you to Fly Guy, the bread pandas. Where is my broccoli? Oh yes, there it is, inside of that drawer. Okay. This is the small cutting board. This is the thing I try to use for the majority of cutting board projects. But if I get too much of something, then I have to bust out the big cutting board. Alright. We need a little bowl for the compost pile. Put the compost in there until we take it outside. This broccoli, it's a good idea to wash it first. Wash it over here with water in this thing. We're just gonna rinse it. Just give it a little rinse-a-roo. Should wash it this way so the particles fall away from where you're eating. But I didn't do that. And I'm not really sure that's true. That's just true for dirt that's like up here would go down there. I'm not sure which direction you should wash broccoli, and probably all directions. All right, so this broccoli here is doing a nice job of breaking up into convenient florets. But when you get to the middle, you got to do one more cut. This part we'll put in the compost pile. Now these ones will break apart fine. There. We've got that much broccoli. I guess we could use a little more broccoli. I don't want to make a ton more broccoli than that. I typically make too much broccoli. I'm just going to get a few florets off of this one. And then we'll have a reasonable amount of broccoli rather than there's typical onslaught of broccoli excess. It's really excess broccoli, not broccoli excess. It's not the broccoli being excessive, it's the excessive amount of it. Alright. Next up in the list of activities, cut some but not all of this broccoli. Or let's cut the outside pieces. I made a little cut in this one, so I'll finish it. You think that's enough broccoli for 2 people? Put this little baby one in there too. All right, one more. That one. There, that's enough broccoli for 2 people. I still have a full another serving of broccoli left. Okay, now when it comes to this, I'm going to do a few things with the boat. I'm going to put a little bit of this olive oil. Okay. Oh, wash my hands. I don't even know. I think I already washed them, but I can't taste it. Yeah, I know I already touched the broccoli a little bit, but I'm about to touch it a lot, so I'm going to wash my hands. Now we're going to try to mix this oil around by kind of tossing the broccoli. Okay. We're also going to put a little bit of water in here. You know. And we're going to put some, where is it? There it is, garlic salt. Put a little bit of garlic salt. And a little salt. And a little pepper. Now, we're going to top it off with a little bit more water. Okay, this is small enough amount of broccoli. I don't need to make a lid for it. I can just pinch it closed. Well, maybe. Yeah, I should be able to make this work here. Maybe I just need one more piece of aluminum foil around the whole thing. That's fine. You need to get more aluminum foil. If you got a list in front of you, Rachel, and you're listening, can you put aluminum foil on the list? There we go. Now we're cooking with aluminum foil. All right, let's go outside. It's going to be cauliflower time over here. Acacia, it's never cauliflower time, okay? It's never a good idea to eat cauliflower. Why? Because it's gross, obviously. Why would people want to eat gross things? Now, sure, I've been wrong about such things before, because I used to think that Brussels sprouts were really gross. And then I had them cooked for me a certain way, and I was like, actually, these Brussels sprouts are pretty damn good. All right, I am going to get more wood, but in the meantime, I can start cooking the broccoli. Yeah, I usually steam it. This is a new thing that I just tried once before, trying to cook broccoli on the barbecue, and it didn't work very well. Let me get more wood, rekindle the fire. Oh, it means I need this bucket too. Well, a couple pieces of wood left in here, but not much. All right, we'll go fill this up. Well, I'm kind of steaming it on the barbecue. I put water in the bottom of the aluminum foil, and when water gets hot enough, steam spontaneously generates from nowhere. Okay. Let's get more wood. I just want the good pieces of wood now, not the funky pieces. I really probably shouldn't bother getting these punky pieces at all. That might be a good idea if I were starting a fire with matches and bundled up newspapers and stuff like my dad used to do. But I'm not that kind of high quality woodsman. I go the sure fire gasoline route. So I probably don't need the punky wood at all. That's called NI ignoring. My SI experience tells me it's good to get punky wood to start campfires. It catches quickly. Yeah, but Eric, you're using gasoline. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, fuck. Would this please not do this? The TV, man. It's fine that it goes to sleep and puts on like screensaver stuff or whatever, right? Auto playing music is not okay because I don't, how loud something comes out of the TV speakers is going to be determined often by the volume on the computer. So it can't just be auto playing music. The fucking gall. It wasn't like that when we first moved here. It updated, I think. It was a smart TV or whatever. You think there's a setting that could change? Maybe there is. Maybe there is. All right, what you're suggesting is that I find a solution to the problem? Okay, so I'm busy complaining about it, okay? That's different. All right. I will look into that. Maybe there is a setting. Okay, I got these pot holders. So I can take this off. So I can restoke the fire. I'm going to go with a couple of big boys here. This is a log among boys. This is also a log among boys. And so is this. Now we'll go with some smaller pieces. This seems like a good one for here. And then we'll do a couple of cross beams. Actually, I don't think we need the cross beam. Let's go like that. It's fine. That's good for now. Now, using these pot holders, we will put this back on the fire. We will let it cook away the broccoli. I don't know if we want it really over direct flame right now, but I'm going to guess, since I had some trouble getting it cooked last time, I'm going to run the risk of it getting addressed a little aggressively. I should probably get some tongs to turn this over with. But anyway, I'll just put it right there. Maybe right there. That's pretty good. Yeah, well, that's what the first fire is there for, is to burn down the coals, and then you build the next fire on top of it. In this case, it was the third fire that I built on top of it, but that's because I didn't bring over very much of the bigger pieces of the, very many of the bigger pieces of the harder wood. And probably also because I just have not picked ideal wood in general. I may learn over time more clearly which kinds of wood are good to burn. Obviously, hardwood's better to burn, but finding it amongst forest litter, making the determinations, not something I really have thought about much. I started thinking about it a little bit as I was gathering wood this last time, like try to get good pieces. A little bit I was thinking about that, but more I was thinking about try to get every piece to size so it fits in the barbecue. People develop more skills over time, you know. I am no exception. I've not done a lot of cooking on wood in the barbecue. Back in Los Angeles, I used to use charcoal. But why buy charcoal if the forest is full of free charcoal, aka wood before it's burned? Well, fire's looking pretty good, coming together nicely. I would suspect that the broccoli is also starting to really understand what it means to be heated up. Hot. Fire is hot, water is wet, windy is dry. Windy's not dry necessarily. Well, if you wanted, fire is hot, water is wet, what is dry? Sand? Water is wet, fire is hot. Annoying is blank is annoying. Well, car problems might be an archetypally annoying thing. That's what comes to my mind because of my recent experience, but maybe others feel less strongly about it. Sometimes windy is wet or on fire. That's true. But you know what? By itself, air is dry. It's just sometimes it's got a lot of water in it. That doesn't mean it's not dry, okay? Dry is a principal quality, or prime perhaps. Dry is to be reached for in the field of martinis and humor, at least some of the time. Nobody ever wants a wet martini, but people don't necessarily want dry humor. Therefore, dryness in humor is not as universally perceived as positive as it is in martinis. Okay, let's go get ready the sausages so that we don't have to do that when it's time to put them on all of a sudden, you know. We'll have it ready to go in advance. Okay, sausages. I think I'm actually, this is kind of easy since Rachel's having sausages too. I'm actually just going to cook all 5 of these. I'll have 3, Rachel's going to have 2.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
That makes things a little bit easier. But still requiring some things. Namely, the removal of all of this packaging. Okay, away goes the plastic, which reveals these guys. And you see they pull right up from here nicely because I let it defrost a little bit. Now this, I'm not putting it on the fire right now, but I am going to put it over here. This chair. This chair you might call the waiting chair. It's waiting for its turn on the barbecue. Pot holders. Yeah. Probably just move a little closer. There. It's not quite over direct fire, but it should be getting ample impetus to heat up. We need to wait for that to get a little smaller before we toss on the sausages. We don't want to burn them after all. Water is wet as gin is dry. As bears are to shit in the woods. As the Pope is to Catholic. As white as to rice. As I am preventing forest fires. That's why it's over here instead of like under the tree. Now, granted, if I had to do this again, I would move it a little bit more to the left. But the tree is right here. But it's actually not anywhere close to. The flames aren't anywhere close to any part of the tree. And it's also not the dry season, so I feel more comfortable about barbecuing in the backyard. And in the dry season, I'll probably have to move it back to the front to feel more safe about it. You can only you can stop lightning. Well, then I guess I should start doing that. Get out of here, lightning! Get your electrified ass back to Zeus. I could put the hose away while I'm waiting for this. Alright, let's put the hose away. Man, I'm hungry. Now, I have to remember after we eat, I do want to try and see if the other end of the cord will fit in the tube. Alright, I put the hose away. That's good. We're getting close. We're getting close to when we can put these sausages on. I might even want to try to put them on now if I move them around a lot. I'm going to need to get some TONGS. So let me do that first. Let me get some TONGS and then we'll come out here and we'll put sausages on. I watched the end of the UCLA Purdue game. UCLA could not make a shot to save their life at the end of that game. Tongs. Tong to tong tong tongs. If you think you ain't gonna need tongs, you wrong. There you go, sausages. So I put the sausages on, and I think I've afforded them sufficient window of fire energy left to finish cooking completely. And it's conceivable that I'll have to add another stick or two onto this, but my current assessment of the situation is that this fire has enough oomph left in it to cook all these sausages. You can put this one over there. Ooh, it's busting them right open, huh? Well, you know what? That's fine. I was gonna have to cut them open at some point anyway, like to make sure they're cooked all the way through. Ooh, that's hot. Okay, you're fine. You're fine. It's fine. It's just a little bit of extra hot tamale sauce on the old fingers. And now those ones are broken apart. Now we can move it to a more responsible location, I think. Oh, ah, ooh, that's hot. Jesus Christ. That is hot as a June bug on a Tuesday evening. Let's let that fire get a hold of itself a bit. I'm sorry you're going into timeout until you get a little bit more responsible in your heat production. All right, let's see. It's a little cooler. Wow, these things are just exploding. Okay, put it over there. We can use our other hand. Even though we're right-handed, when that hand gets too hot, it's okay to use the left hand. When the left hand gets hot, try switching back to the right. This one can also stand on its end. Stand up. There you go. You can stand up on your side. Come on. There you go. Now you can go like this. Oh. Flip it over. Fine. This one, these are cooking a little too fast. There's no denying that, okay? Obviously this fire is a little bit too hot. I got a little bit impatient and put these on a little bit too soon. But you know what? It's gonna be fine, everybody. You can just stop your panicking right now. With diligent attention and turning, all of these will come out just fine. Oh! Okay, let me move you over there. All right. Okay. Okay. I just put it near the fire, but not on it. Because obviously, that's way too hot. wee. All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go get a carrying in thing. We'll call it a cutting board. We don't really have any serving platters, I don't think. Maybe I could find one. A platter. A good family feud question would be, how many platters does the average person need to own? 12. Well, I think I'll just put these on a plate. There's not that many, there's not that much to put on anything. So I just put it on a plate. That'll be the easiest thing to do. No, they're not done yet, but they will be soon. All right, let's take a gander at the goose. Ooh-wee. Whew. Still quite hot in there, but we're making progress. Let's see what's going on here. Have you thought about retiring the sweats and flip-flops and only wearing slacks and dress shoes from now on? No, I never thought about it. Top hat, monocle cane, those probably good, but actually a monocle would kind of be perfect for the way that I do things. Like, I mostly don't have my glasses on, and then I put them on to read things for a second, take them off. If I had like a pocket monocle right here, I could just put it back. That'd be kind of more convenient than glasses. However, the reality of it would not be so, because of course you have to hold up a monocle with your fingers and glasses stay on your face automatically. Holy mother of God! Hot as fire. This fire is hot. Well, these are somewhat curious sausages. I'm not going to deny that. We're looking at curious sausages, as you can see. But there's nothing wrong with them. They just cooked under certain conditions such that they look like. I'm going to say that broccoli's done, maybe? I really don't know, though. Ah! I guess maybe it's not. I don't know. Okay, those are almost done. They probably are done, but I like to make sure they're not underdone. Oops, I didn't need to flip that around. I like to make sure they're not underdone because obviously you should always fully cook certain kinds of meat, including pork and chicken. I don't know what kind of meat is in these sausages, but I'm guessing there's some pork at least in there. Okay, I'm going to put this now on a plate. I'm going to call it done. And I'm going to call these done too. I'm sorry, but if you think these aren't even done yet, then I don't even know what you're thinking about. Ugh. They're good. They're fine. They're done. All right, little darling. You're coming with me. I'll cut these sausages up real small so that Rachel won't even know that they ever looked like this. Of course, if she's watching the stream, she already knows. But I think that's done too. This is done. This is done. That one goes in the fire. Okay, good. We've got this. It's time to put the lid on this. And those smell good. Those smell fantastic. They may not look that great, but trust me. They're going to be delicious and they smell fantastic. Okay. Crazy how aluminum foil loses heat so quickly. It's still a little hot, but considering it's metal that's been on a fire, it's not very hot. This part's a little hotter. I'm assuming that hot coming out from the broccoli inside. Oh, here we go. Hot. That's hot. Okay. Hot. That looks like it came out a little overdone. So last time underdone, this time overdone. Maybe next time just right. We'll see. I kind of knew the broccoli was going to be overdone. I guess I just wanted to see what the other end of the cooking looked like on the barbecue or something. They'd taken it off earlier, but actually maybe it's just about right. Alright, regardless, let's deal with this. Alright, that's done. It's done like Jenna McGunn. Okay. Now I'll put this part back on the plate. I think he's gotten out the big cutting board. What as McGavs? I'm still gonna do it this way, even though it's not too late to go to the big cutting board. It's the little board, big board conundrum. The little board, in general, if you can manage the scale of the thing, it's preferable because it's easier to clean. I don't have to get it out of a drawer and it just sits right here. It's convenient. So, but there's some not quite determinate line where the advantages of the big board outweigh its disadvantages, and you should get it out. And it's hard to say exactly when that is. Okay, now we're going to make 2 plates. I'll use this one because it's the dirty plate. But I will transfer half of the sausages. Maybe not with that. It's fine, just a little egg, cooked egg on it. That's fine. Just meow like this. Okay. That seems about fair. We've got my plate, Rachel's plate. I may have a little bit more, but not that much. Now for this one. Okay. And now let's add some finishing touches to this equation, shall we? Let's. Yes, let's indeed. Let's indeed add some finishing touches to this equation. All right. Paper towels, where are they? Wipey. Let that clean up a little bit. Now, this is going to go in the trash. Put that in the trash. Now, where is it? Here it is. And then, with each of us, some chips. We'll give each of us this is 2 slices of pickles. I'll get this other really thin one too. And then this is also 2 slices of pickles. Let's leave it at that. Next, we got some of this cheese, and then we're going to cut some human-sized pieces off of it. Come on, you.
I appreciate your design.
Thanks. Okay, now we're going to put this one back where it goes in the Ziploc bag. Okay. Next, I've got a couple of sauces to pour on the remaining spot of the plate. We're going to do a little bit of Roquefort dressing right here where we're near the broccoli and chips, either of which could reasonably be dipped into Roquefort. Oh. That's kind of a lot of Roquefort. C'est la vie. Guess I better just go to town on the Roquefort dressing today. We've got some yellow mustard.
I put mustard on the list.
Good. We don't have very much yellow mustard, but I happen to know we have another thing of mustard.
You do?
It's not
Oh,
regular yellow mustard,
I see.
but it is Dijon mustard. We have some of this as well, so I'll just meow this like so. It does, actually it does pour a little bit. I didn't think it was gonna pour out because I was thinking about Grey Poupon. I don't think Grey Poupon would pour out. All right, now we can move things to fill up the rest of the space a little bit. And last thing we need, a couple of forks. And I'm going to take this over there.
Thank you. Wow, what a delicious meal this looks like.
Now, last thing we need to do, at least last thing it's not clean up, is bring some paper towels over there and a drink for me. Do you have a drink, Rachel?
But I don't have a drink with you.
What kind of drink would you like?
What do you have?
Well, because we're out of beers.
I'll have an iced tea.
Alright, yeah, an iced tea. I'm gonna just have to drink the water.
Yeah, sweet iced tea in the flask if you want.
Oh, we have unsweetened iced tea?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, I'll have that then. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Here's your drink.
It's in the pantry.
Okay. My eyes are falling out.
Oh no! They've stayed up so well so far.
What a shock. Eric and his pants falling down. In the pantry. Alright.
food's delicious.
Nice. Hey Eric, do you think Cosmic Skeptic Alex O'Connor is an HP? I have no idea who that is. I'm gonna fix the TV. Which is a bit of an ongoing source of consternation.
Resting.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care going to sleep. I just don't like the auto.
The autumn. I know. If it goes to sleep, that's fine.
Yeah. With the music, though, it's not. It's endangering
so
the TV speakers because I need to have the TV volume up higher than the minimum volume of quiet things on the computer. You see me do breakdowns of his videos? Too bad I don't remember them. Wow. I've done a lot of stuff on YouTube.
So happy that the kitties have really taken to their beds.
But look what happened.
What? Uh-oh.
Trouble sat in her bed.
Oh, that's so messed up.
Oh, I got him, put him back in his bed, but it seems like the deal won't sit there.
Trouble. Like, you really are trouble.
Publishes portions. Thinkity binkity.
I have some weed to drink. I'm just declaring it to everyone, just in case there's confusion, but I'm a huge pothead.
She's not lying.
Like, Eric even said he thinks that I smoke more weed than he does, and that's saying something.
Yeah, well, if you consume more weed, if you include the edibles. I probably technically smoke more weed because you mostly smoke concentrate.
Yes. Yeah, you know, and I feel spoiled for that.
Sure you could. But
that's a great idea, actually.
I mean, it sounds more interesting to me because it's unusual. And here's the thing. If you share the video with me and let me publish something on it, if I do publish something on it, then I won't charge you. But if you want me to do it not publicly, then yeah, I'll charge you the normal rate. What do you think of the court in the Big 12 championship game? I didn't really think anything particular about it. Was there something that I've had 4 videos about that guy? Hi friends, so Sarah here, host talking about fast people. And I'm going to make a video called Cosmic Skeptics Morality Debunked. With good reason, because Cosmic Skeptic is about to make some very common, easy to fix mistakes, and the clear distinctions he needs to make that he's not making, so let's go through it real quick. I got him at 1.5 speed. What a terrible way to make one of these videos with a fan blowing in the background. I don't know how anybody could possibly have watched that, you know. Or did I fix the audio issue or not? I guess.
Stephen video attempts to show how moral facts can be derived, and because I only want to address specific topics, and there is a considerable level of agreement between us, I wouldn't want to apply a video, but I disagree with his ultimate conclusion, and of course the link to Stephen's full videos in the description, and I recommend watching it fully to understand mine. So to outline his moral ideas, Stephen begins by identifying the classic Ken is a human. Therefore, we all want to hang Ken. This looks like a valid deductive argument, but it's not. It's a nonsense.
Oh God. Oh God. That guy. I remember that guy with the long hair. What a fucking tard. I mean, it's fine to be tarded, but not if you're talking words that are that wrong. Those people don't understand anything. Why are they talking about stuff? They shouldn't be talking about anything except like what they got at the grocery store. That's you? Which one is you? The long-haired guy or the other guy? Oh yeah, maybe you've learned some things since you were young. I would never have said those kind of things when I was young, but I'm sure I had some dumb positions when I was young too. You got type? So wait, you're the guy I just said what a complete tard about?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I knew it. I knew it.
You made me back then so mad with your incredibly ill-informed wrongness. Okay, so for you, I will do the thing you ask for free. Because all of a sudden this is super interesting. Oh, okay, you're not that guy. So yes, that guy is super retarded.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
It's so weird. My mic, is showing as if it's not working, but it's working. You can hear me like clearly.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're clear to me.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, weird. I don't know.
Okay, well, yeah, if you want me to watch that video, I could watch it on double speed. It would take me an hour. I could maybe watch it on 3 or 4 times speed, even if it's got CCs. And I could flow it, which means I'd write down any like instances where I say, I've come to this conclusion for this reason, you know. But if you want to know your type, whoever said it's the better way to do that is to oh my God. How insane is that? How absolutely insane is that? That guy, I'm assuming he's talking about the long-haired one, not the one who, cause, you know, there's rational whatever, RR. He's the one with the long hair. That's the one I'm saying is incredibly retarded. The first guy in that video, I don't really remember him, but I remember the other guy. Okay, if you want to do both, that's fine. I will. I think I could conceivably get that work done in 1 hour, even though it's a 2-hour video. Since I'll be doing the work that I need to do in response to it as it's going on, I think I could do it in an hour. So, you want to send me $100? I'll do that first, and then. But if you want me to both do that and then type you afterwards, then it's gonna cost another $100. And we could, like, it's been like, you know, and if in the actual typing session if it goes over an hour somewhat, that's fine. That happens all the time. I don't worry about that. No. Now that I more clearly understand what we're looking at, well, actually, yeah, okay. If I want to like know how boring it's gonna be before I commit to it, but I guess I don't get to know that. If 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 you want me to publish my critique of it, then you don't have to pay for that part. If you're gonna get a typing session afterwards. But that assumes those people are okay with me reusing their content. Most people on YouTube would be fine with doing that kind of thing that we're talking about. I'm creating some work I have to do, which is not a bad thing. ESFJ or ENTP? Well, they are the same quadro. They do have the same absolute values. But it shouldn't be that difficult to tell them apart. But they may have gotten even those two possibilities wrong. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Okay, if they're cool with me putting snippets of their stuff, I'll like have my face on the screen too, so it'd be fair use or whatever. If they're cool with that, then I'll take that deal. I'll do that part for free, and then I'll type you for $100. So if you just shoot me an email when you got an answer from them, because they said yes. Okay, cool. Then I'll get that 100. That's great. We'll work like that. As soon as I get that 100, then I'll make that video responding to that. I may even end up watching it a little bit ahead of time. Out of curiosity now. Eric, why get yourself a fork and then use your fingers? Well, because I don't feel like reaching for the fork. So, clarify for me how that video links to that RR guy, rational, whatever is the other R stands for. What's up, dude? You look like Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu? What do you mean Netanyahu? Okay, well, how did those two things come to occur in similar place and time frame there? I got a little confused by that. Winston's mom, don't try to get more information from him about what type he thinks he is. Let me not be primed in that fashion. Thank you. You're a gentlewoman, a scholar, and a reader of fine literature. I think it's horrible, obviously. No, he's the first guy. I don't really remember him at all. So, he obviously made me less mad than the other guy. I love you too, darling. The Iran war is obviously bad because it's illegitimate and we're the aggressor and Congress didn't declare war and myriad other reasons. But you know what's not bad? This meal.
It's delicious.
I'm in trouble. Here you go.
He's so. I can't believe he slept in her bed. And you're right. She's not gonna sleep there anymore. Oh, did Winston's mom's package come in?
I put it on the shirt.
The Gap?
Yeah, that was not
That
her.
was not from her.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure who that was from. I thought it was probably
Yeah, no.
something you got yourself. But
Yeah, no, it was understandable to think that it was from Winston's mom because I think she said Monday is coming.
Okay. You also got that letter from Alta.
Yeah.
That was all there was in the mail there.
Oh, really? No, I think she said yesterday she saw that the tracking said it will be here Monday. And definitely, Acacia, once it comes, I'll definitely open it with everyone.
Well, Buddy Cat, let's all acknowledge that Clayton Kershaw was washed up quite some time ago. Activity partners. That's what sociologics calls that relationship.
Hello.
She is.
Need some.
She is that for sure.
Well, thanks. What am I not for sure? Or would you be like, I'm not sure about that?
About what?
Like if you were to say, hello, tall wife, then it'd be like, oh, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about that because I need more words to understand kind of how it's intended.
How, like, what tall means by...
Like, it's not wrong that you are cute and that you're my wife. It would be, like, flirting with you if he were to just say, hey, cutie.
Oh!
It'd be flirting with you if he were to say,
Well,
hey,
that's
cutie.
disregarding
But by
you.
calling you wife, he's acknowledging that you're my wife.
Yes.
So it's a little bit.
Yes,
I'm a little like the jury's still out on that one.
Oh, okay.
From my perspective, because it depends on kind of how they intended it.
Yeah, because it's like you're on screen.
Well, you were on screen for a little while before it hit. Yeah.
Anyway.
Verlander had continued to pitch well, where Kershaw fell off a long time ago.
Verlander has had like what, like a 15, 16-year career being a good pitcher.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how long, but he's been at it for a
It's
while.
definitely been for a while, because didn't he pitch for the Mets for a little while?
I don't know.
I might be thinking of someone else. I don't know what the latest is with Britney Spears. It's really confusing me. The last thing that I heard with Britney Spears is that when she blew the breathalyzer test, she was under the limit. So, like, I don't know what to do with that information. Like, there's no mugshot, and there's no, like I said, the most recent info that I heard was that she passed the breathalyzer.
I will make things a lot easier than that. I was going to go outside and smoke a cigarette. I will leave you in here. You can talk in the chat about your type with his mom, and then remove the messages before I come back in.
Oh, that's a good idea. But what if I know? You want me to go outside with you?
No, I don't care if you know. You're not going to be. As long as you don't tell me.
Apparently not, Putty Cat. But this is like I'm getting information from like a lot of different sources, like as in like YouTube. Well, it's all YouTube.
So I'm
But like,
going outside now, so if you want to do that message thing, go for it. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
but apparently, but the last news, I don't know what's going on, but the last news that I heard was that, she passed it. That she actually like passed the drug test. I don't know what's going on. You know, the thing is though that if she was sober and they found pills afterwards and she didn't like let them know that there was pills, and then the pills is a whole like thing too, because they don't know, was it prescribed, was it just that she had pills like in a bottle, like what's the deal with that? But that's, I don't know, it's crazy. You guys, should I don't know if she was stoned. It sounds like she was just driving erratically and there were pills in the car. I don't know. I saw some videos Brittany posted where she was trying clothes. She was hyper like on Adderall. I didn't see her tweaking and she wasn't stumbling around like she was drunk. She was a bit manic. So the big story with her is that she's been taking meth. That she's back on meth. That she's taking meth. So maybe she's taking Adderall again, and that's what they found. But the latest news is that, you know, she's on meth. She's a terrible driver, so it's been messing up her teeth. Fans of hers have been noticing that her teeth now compared to like say like 6-7 years ago, they're totally different. But I don't know, like, again, with this arrest case, I don't know if they found, it makes a difference. Like, if it was Adderall, say it was Adderall. I don't know. I'm not going with this lipstick, I'm going with red. I don't know why meth rots her teeth. Actually, Eric would know. But she has been years, so like it seems like, but they're like being spaced weird, her teeth and stuff, and fans are like, you know, have noticed that she's been very manic. You know, celebrity doctor, psychologist Dr. Drew, like he's not a real good source, but he says that he thinks that she has bipolar. But like when you're taking meth, it's going to be easy for you to look manic because it makes you, you know, she already in her book she already said she had a problem with Adderall, so meth makes sense for it to be her drug of choice. And I think maybe with the driving, she's just a bad driver. And maybe, you know, so I don't know, you know, like again, it makes a difference whether say if it was Adderall, the pills were Adderall. Dry mouth, teeth grinding, and acidic nature of the meth, yeah. I'll be right back. And again, with the pills, it matters whether they were prescription or just pills in a bottle.
Look at this guy.
Oh.
And then once it gets to smell like her more, then we can take this part out.
Yeah, because she deserves a spot. Trouble. Yeah, oof, but this arrest of hers, it's weird.
Fishy?
Yeah. I mean, we haven't seen a mugshot. That's like the first thing you see when a celebrity gets arrested is their mugshot. And again, like I said, apparently the latest news that I heard was that apparently she blew legal, yeah. So I don't. Again, like I said, she's a bad driver, so she could have just been driving erratically. They found pills in the car. It makes a difference whether it was prescribed or not.
Right. Push that into the road for I didn't see it because it's white on white.
I've said this here before, but I took my daughter and some of her friends to a Britney concert. She was amazing, and those little girls had the time of their lives at her concert. I think Britney Spears, at her core, is a really sweet person. And
there's no way she was going to go through all that stuff that she dealt with as a kid, being famous and stuff, and not be something fucked up.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. So I think at her heart a really sweet person, but the industry, I mean, she was hypersexualized. That thing, the hypersexualization, I think, was normal to her. I think that she wanted a little sexiness to maybe not saying sexiness, but I think she wanted that. Like the "Hit Me Baby One More Time" video, the whole school outfit, that was her idea.
It's consistent with her ESFP.
Yeah, it is. You know.
But I gotta say, given that she almost certainly is an ESFP, I haven't typed it, but almost certainly she is. That's pretty brilliant work, some of the work she's done for an ESFP.
Oh, for an ESFP, she was great.
Yeah.
She was exactly what the industry was looking for.
And the thing about meth dissolving your teeth, you could probably avoid that if you just brush your teeth after smoking meth.
Yeah, she doesn't.
But nobody's gonna do that. No meth smoker's gonna brush their teeth every time.
I mean, she doesn't even pick up the poop from her dogs, so she's not gonna brush her teeth. Like, let's be real.
So Italy's continuing to kick all kinds of ass. They're destroying Puerto Rico 8-2. I wonder if the U.S. can actually beat Italy if we try hard. Let's see how the hockey game's going. Oh no, they just scored.
no.
That's alright, it's only the first period. Montreal 1, San Jose 0. I cannot believe that RR guy had so many subs with his incredible wrongness. Contrast that with me, who's saying things that are correct and has 20,000 subs.
It's a good question, Hugh Bartholomew. I haven't seen any of the movies, so I can't actually say. Like, I haven't seen Marty Supreme. I haven't seen Sinners. Those are the two big ones. I know.
Regarding the second cause of meth harming your teeth, well, that one probably can't be prevented by brushing your teeth. But maybe it could be prevented by taking that performance enhancing drug that increases the oxygen carrying capacity of your red blood cells. Maybe that would be a good solution.
I would like to do the Oscars is tomorrow. Maybe on Monday we can do a fashion.
Sure.
Please.
Sure. Conceivably, we could live stream the red carpet part of it with it muted and just make observations about their clothes.
Yeah, that's so fun. Yeah, let's do, because that way it'll be like fresh. Like it'll be like, oh, who's next? And yeah. How about some predictions? I predict that we're gonna see white because it's Pantone's color of the year, and I've seen white at the Actors Awards, which used to be the SAG. I saw quite a bit of white, but maybe that's over. They do try to separate their looks at each. So.
Okay, I've got a great question. Over under on the number of times Epstein is referenced at the Oscars. The over under should be, I think, at like 3. I think it's going to be under. I think there's going to be a shocking absence of reference to it. It's not going to be like the Golden Globes with Ricky Gervais.
Because Ricky Gervais, I mean, he's not.
I think there might be no references to it.
Who's the host?
I don't know.
If
it is Ricky Gervais, then I take that back.
No, he's Golden Globes because he's British. He's English, so Golden Globes he can, Oscars is
Is the Golden Globes a British thing?
It's a Globes thing.
Oh, the Globe refers to the fact that it's international rather than American. Yeah,
which is there's international films at the Oscars, but I think it has its own category. Where the Oscars. Right. So,
whereas the Golden Globe competes Americans versus international on an even playing field.
Yeah, so they're gonna go a little safe, I think, with the Oscars.
Well, Conan is a safe choice.
Conan is a
I don't think Conan is. I don't think Conan is that much of a boat rocker. Pot stirrer.
When I was a kid, I've always been involved. I've always loved cinema. I've always loved entertainment. Again, did they just, or did you fighting?
He's fighting. Now we're in the box.
And then in like 20 years ago, I came across the site Crazy Days and Nights, and it was like an insider's view of celebrity life. So that's where I started to get a little bit more like into celebrity life. But like, yeah, like as a kid, like I used to do home videos with friends and families. I used to write like scripts with my sister. So like, I'm interested. And there's this columnist who did a TED Talk, and she said that what's going on in Hollywood is basically a representation of what's going to happen or what's going on in the greater sense of the world. However, she's kind of not right, because nowadays a lot of people are frustrated with the celebrity world because they think that they're very out of touch. A lot of people are struggling right now to like make rent and pay for groceries. So it's hard for them to suspend their belief and be like, oh, like the celebrity, let's like, oh, they're doing a tour of their house. I can't wait to see it. Like this, it's relatable. Instead, it's like out of touch now.
The other thing I would say is that people probably used to think that awful celebrities were the exception. I think people
Mm-hmm.
now think that
Yeah.
it's the exception for
Yeah.
people not to be wholly corrupted by fame and wealth of that level, because we see so many instances where they are, and where they are corrupted, the corruption is so appalling, and the people are so appalling,
Yeah.
that I've shifted my frame of reference from one that assumes they're like regular people, some of whom are just douchebags, to one that assumes they probably had their humanness ruined to some extent by this
Yeah, they
experience.
did.
And there are some exceptions, like Justine Bateman comes to mind.
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler. Right.
I think of those exceptions as being the exceptions now rather than the
They are
rule.
though, but that's facts.
But before all this shit came out with Diddy, I just didn't feel like there was good enough reason to believe claims that sounded outrageous, and I was wrong.
I was wrong too because there were some people that were obvious to me, and then others who were not so obvious, and then over time I learned like, oh.
Yeah, well, when I say I was wrong, I mean there was probably good enough reason to believe it even then. I didn't actually look into testimonials from victims and stuff like that,
Yeah. So
Ooh.
that's why the whole thing with Chris Noth and Sex and the City, it's I get him saying that he wanted the cast members to speak with him first before firing him, because of his sexual
Misconduct accusations.
Yeah. I get that because I don't know if that's the TI in me, like being like it's the right in my it's the right thing to do, even if the end point is still that you're gonna fire him.
Right. Well, that's called process integrity.
Yeah.
Do the process right, and
Yeah.
the results will take care of themselves.
Yeah. But yeah, I do think I do think he.
Well, one of the reasons why you should respect process integrity is because if they had done it right, he'd have nothing to complain about.
Right.
Nobody would be arguing on his side.
Exactly. Right. I do think it happened, but I don't think they dealt with it the right way.
All right, I pull a couple bong reps, and then there's one or two little tasks that I'd like to complete here still before dark or before ending the live stream. I'm kind of locked in this location right now because you're right, Winston's mom. You are correct. You are correct. I think the part of the reason they came down on Diddy was because they were enabled to do so by Cassie's lawsuit and his quick settlement of it, which despite the fact that he settled it quickly, I think it was still at the discovery phase. So that means that a lot of evidence was available then for the feds to see, and it was sufficient for them to get a warrant. Nice job.
Yes, I thought that's happened.
Good job, Sharks. Celebrini. Macklin Celebrini. He's such a good player.
Yeah.
And he just scored the tying goal with 7 minutes left in the first period.
So with Diddy, because I kind of kept up with the case. I felt the whole time that the defense did not have enough evidence on major.
I mean, the prosecution didn't.
The prosecution, yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, of course, the prosecution didn't have enough evidence for human trafficking.
And the thing is, the big problem, you can't even blame the feds. The feds were forced into trying to prosecute him for federal crimes because countless state and local jurisdictional authorities failed to follow through on crimes that would have massive prison sentences, like, you know, aggravated rape charges and stuff. But did he just bought these police departments and or, you know, moved them with his famousness or whatever, and victim after victim after victim was ignored by people with the power to enforce justice at the state, local, county, whatever level, you know?
Also, someone from the prosecutor side, like, I think it was Cassie's friend or something, lied. So, like, once that happens, it's like, once someone on your side lies, yeah, you're fucked.
And the thing about that is, of course, probably whoever it was that lied on the stand did the same mistake that the whole world makes all the time. They thought they could make determinations about how to behave by predicting outcomes.
So
they thought if they told this lie, it would help get him convicted.
Yeah.
But of course, process integrity. Do things the right way, and results will take care of themselves.
The whole Bible and hand on the Bible thing is like, it's a crime to lie in court. But isn't it? I don't know if it's a crime, but I do know that.
Oh yeah, no, it is a crime, pretty sure. Another times, you and I were, they call them mom swappers. It's like wife swapping, but instead of wives, you just switch your moms, and like your mom would bake cookies for me, and my mom would bake them for you. That kind
remember
of thing.
that reality TV show?
Wife swap? Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally remember it. I watched a few episodes of it. It was on when I was with Candace. She liked it.
Oh, I can see that.
I think Diddy took one for their team. I mean, he obviously was doing his very best to not take anything at all for the team. But, like, for example, if he bent over backwards 1,000,000 times over to try to get the court to let him out on bail so that he could interfere with witnesses and stuff, you know? That's what he really wanted to do, was engineer a illegal defense from outside of prison. So it's very clear that he was determined to do everything in his power to stay out of jail. At the time, did start going out of the country. Yeah, many of them did.
They keep on leaving the country and then coming back.
I think Diddy would have gone out of the country, except the feds prevented it from happening.
Yeah, he would have. Jay-Z left the country when the Epstein files dropped, and then he came back and went to the Super Bowl. It's like,
Harvey, what's that guy's name? Steve Harvey. He left the country. He's apparently deep involved in that shit.
Yeah. And Ellen DeGeneres
Alice left the country, claiming for political reasons, when we all know that it's because she's a scumbag.
Mm-hmm. Hi, other times.
But you know, the wheels of justice may turn slowly, but they turn inexorably, and we have not heard the end of this. You know,
it's only the beginning.
These files that are being released, they're files from federal law enforcement agencies attempting to put together cases that federal prosecutors can prosecute. These people are doing their job as best they can. There may be other forces interfering with them successfully doing their job, but at the end of the day, you can see the mechanisms of justice are in motion and doing stuff.
And there is recognition that the people that are trying to prevent the stuff from happening are Trump's people, and like, let's be real, like they're not the brightest.
No, they're not. The thing is, why was it released now? It's likely the result of the FBI trying to release stuff that they could legitimately release or wanting to, or other factions attempting to do that, and then against this other faction that's trying to prevent it from being released because they're guilty. And at some point, that tug of war broke in favor of some release, and that's when it happened. And it's just kind of the timing is incidental, you know. That's probably the case. Who are just scapegoats?
I mean, anyone who I would like get like who at this point really thinks that he's dead? Like, does anyone? Because Epstein's obviously, like, I always thought he didn't kill himself, because I'm like,
Yeah.
dudes with that size ego, they don't kill themselves. That sounds so fucked up, but I had an uncle who committed white collar crime, and he faked his death, and so I learned, like, people who like are schemers, or they just don't like.
It's important to remember that with Jeffrey Epstein, for example, he had already been convicted and sort of served a 13-month
Oh,
jail sentence for soliciting prostitution with a minor, I think is what it was. But so what we saw there was, yes, the wheels of justice were working as they should. Some parties and prosecutors' offices and in that local government where they did that in Florida, they were hell bent on getting him sent to jail for a very long time for his horrific crimes. Because he was so rich and powerful, he was able to uh, to mitigate that somewhat and get what ended up being a ridiculously light sentence for the crimes for which he was convicted. And he got a really cushy kind of thing where he got to go to work during the day, he just had to sleep at the jail and be there on the weekends and stuff like that. So does that represent the actual proportionate penalty for that crime? No. But it nevertheless proves that yes, there are legitimate forces trying to enforce justice working on our behalf, as well as there are evil people scheming against us. Both things are true.
Shit, I forgot what I was gonna say. It's something about some people being fake and some people being like real. I don't know. I got distracted by this hockey stuff.
Wheelchair hockey.
Oh, that's what it is.
Special Olympics hockey.
Ah.
No, it's not wishful thinking another time. So, for example, you might say something like, the dominant elites have the elections fixed. They've got their clause and everything. Except the Epstein files prove they don't.
Oh yeah, something about the Epstein files. Shit. Man.
I mean, the thing is, if the Epstein files, look, you either believe that the emails between these people that are being released are actually emails from them, in which case they do establish all kinds of horrific shit, right?
They do.
Or you don't believe they're actually emails from these people, in which case they also don't establish that elections aren't fixed. But you can't have it both ways. So the thing is, they definitely talk back and forth among some of that group
Oh.
about contingencies of how they were going to party if Hillary won versus if Hillary lost. Like they clearly didn't know in advance who was going to win.
That's true. I want to know what your take is, and he's Canadian. But like, okay, so Baby No Money, he fired his booking agent because he was in the Epstein files.
Who fired who?
Baby No Money.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard him say something about that.
Yeah. And then he's very pro trans rights, and recently in a photo I saw him with like a black bra and it said fuck ice on it. How do you feel about him being very openly like taking stances on certain things and being an artist?
I mean, from the perspective of being an artist, it's never a good idea to attach yourself to topical things, topical to now, because obviously those things are like news, very much have a very short expiration period, and afterwards are just distractions slash bad ideas. But the thing is, I understand his wanting to say something about that. However, he's not even an American.
I know he's not. He's Canadian. People love it. I think the FE in terms of FE, like people love it. Like they're all about it. He gets when he posts stuff like that, he gets like K. Like
Another time it says, I need to get real. Look, we can agree that there are nefarious forces conspiring against,
no,
accountability. Everybody can agree on that.
no, just diamonds are expensive. His Baby No Money's not involved in it. His booking agent was in the files, and he fired his booking agent because of it.
I mean, and the thing is, if there's something to say about that, the obvious thing is, if he fired him for a good reason, it wouldn't have been stated simply as his name was in the files, because not everybody whose name appears in those files is guilty of anything. Sometimes they're just talking about people who they actually don't even know, who aren't hanging out with them. Like let's say in one of their emails they've been watching the Olympics and they mention the name of some Olympic ice skater who won silver medal, because like other people they sometimes talk about normal things, right? Does that mean that ice skater should be condemned because she's mentioned in the Epstein files? I don't think so. Okay. Well, another times there's no disputing that powerful and rich forces conspire to accomplish things, some of them expressly nefarious and some of them otherwise. But it is also the case that there is not a single monolithic well of power that's controlling everything. Okay? That's not the case.
I think it was smart. I think the booking agent was shady. Bad stuff. And
If so, then good for him. But then he should say that's why they fired him, because he found out from the Epstein files that he was into some shady shit. Not just that his name was in there.
No, he didn't say that. He said he was torn and really upset, but that he couldn't get past what was in there. So he's like, I don't know how I'm gonna do this, but I had to fire my booking agent.
Okay, so basically, another time, what you're saying is that 9/11, the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, and my missing spatula are all connected. Well, you're wrong.
Right. So here's the thing. We're in a strange time where the Epstein file stuff is real.
No, it is, and it causes a reasonable amount of what another time
Yes,
is doing.
of
Yeah, it
course.
certainly does.
But then at the same time, we have celebrities like Jim Carrey getting plastic surgery and everyone thinking he's a clone. Because it turns out that a lot of conspiracy theorists were right about stuff in Hollywood. But, like, he's not a clone. It's unfortunate. And it is strange that a person who was so against Hollywood would get plastic surgery, but I mean, I guess he's not impervious to the demands, um, and the aging. I don't know, and the right-handedness. It's weird. It is weird. I don't get the right-handedness. That's
What right hand? What is
so
this?
he was signing things with his right hand, and he's a lefty.
It's conceivable that plastic surgery is some nerve damage that affects his left arm.
Could.
Right? That's a very plausible thing. It's plausible he wouldn't want to talk about that either or explain it because he's embarrassed and doesn't like the plastic surgery the way it came out. And, it, you know, the fact that he incurred nerve damage to his left arm in the process is just, adding lemon to the wound.
Hmm.
So it's conceivable that kind of explanation could be in place. But I agree in general that there's a lot of weird stuff
Right.
going on in the world and about the world, right? Like, what's incredibly weird about that? Yes, that's really weird that this guy both looks different, presumably from plastic surgery, but also now writes with his right hand.
Yeah,
That is weird, right?
Weird.
What also is weird? How is it that everybody believes in evolution? Very strange because I've articulated absolutely determinate points over and over and over and over again, but people still believe in it. In fact, the whole world does.
I know you've got me.
Not you, but I,
But I get what you're
almost
saying.
everybody does. Certainly, unless you're watching some Christian video, if you're watching some video on some animal, they're inevitably going to casually mention how um, millions of years of evolution have refined the hummingbird's ability to hover in place. They're invariably going to say that shit. It's so embedded in people's conscious understanding of the universe. It's kind of a coded signal that you are science, not religion. Do I think, though, that insanely implausible reality was the result of somebody's conspiring to spread that lie? No, absolutely not. I think it occurred because primarily of reasons I've already articulated that it was positioned, the whole question was framed from the beginning as one of science versus religion. And I think it had durability as well because the way we looked at fossils was to draw a branching fossil record. We could position things next to each other so it looked like they were in different stages of development and such. It was easy to visualize. Intuitively, it kind of makes sense if in fact there were positive mutations that were selected in favor of et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It just breaks down when you really think about it. So in that regard, it kind of makes sense that it had a longer shelf life than it should have. But the fact that it's grown into this global cancer that it is crazy. But it's still not the result of anybody's conspiring for it to be that way.
I feel like we would have evolved again. I don't know.
Who evolved again?
I feel like if evolution was real, like evolution would continue to happen.
Right. Well, if the mechanism is adaptation to changing environmental stresses, then it should be continually happening because changing environmental stresses are continually happening.
Yeah. But like I know like okay, like I know that I would not adapt to like living in Alaska. There's like basically no sun. Like and it's freezing cold all the time. Like especially no sun, like that would fuck with me.
One of the funny things that happens is people say things like long ago when our ancestors evolved, and just conveniently not look at the fact that there's not a single individual you can ever point to that was evolving. Each of them was
Dude,
born what they
wish.
were, you know?
Fuck. I wish I evolved. If I evolved, I feel like my TE like would be better. I could evolve to be not me.
Okay, well, I will segue away from evolution. I just use that as an example of how sometimes things that are like incredibly unbelievable are nevertheless the result of natural occurrences. As I was explaining earlier, let's talk about a distribution network, right? The fact that all the various businesses around, they all get their eggs when they need them and other things that they need to run the business. They always have it on hand and it gets delivered in time and stuff. That is not because the government has done a good job with their centrally organized distribution system. It's because specifically the decision making on that tree is decentralized, right? So one might look at the successful reality of distribution working and conclude, oh, this must be because of some really good plan. Like somebody had an idea that I'm going to make that happen, so they planned it that way, and it came out that way. No, that's the a quality of systems comprising individual agents working autonomously, each with their own interests. One quality of that system is that it it evolves by excising things that are um, less efficient, cost effective than existing alternatives. So for as long as something is the only alternative, if it's inefficient and costs a lot, well, people will still end up using it. As soon as a more efficient and cheaper way comes along, they'll start using that, and this thing will disappear.
Can I talk about DNA?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Of course. So that's how come we have a distribution system that works. It's not because anybody planned it that way.
So I was able to get into my 23andMe, and my mom and my dad, me and my brother. My sister didn't do the test. She wasn't living at home at the time, so she didn't get the test. But I was able to, because sometimes I can't get into my 23andMe, and I was able to get into it, and I took screenshots because I thought it was interesting. My brother and I are 100% European. Well, yeah, we're both 100% European, right? So we have that in common. But even though our DNA is from the same parents, he's 48% Italian. I'm 50% Italian. He's 26% British Irish, and I'm 25% Eastern Central European. And it's interesting that that's the case because I definitely look more Italian, Eastern Europe, and he looks more Italian, British. He used to have like blonde hair, and he has hazel eyes and fair skin. Yeah. Yeah, so we have the same DNA from the same parents, but still there's differences in the genetics.
Yeah, sure. I mean, different mix of each parent's things and stuff.
Yeah, I think my sister and I would have more similar percentages. She may even have more Italian in her than me.
Okay, another time, listen, if you're talking about what I was saying about distribution networks, what I'm saying is very simple. Nobody should disagree with it. So, the reason you can't centrally plan distribution is because only Joe knows when Joe needs more eggs. So, it can't be decided from above, some sort of delivery schedule for Joe's eggs, because Joe's eggs needs may be irregular and only he knows when he needs more eggs. So instead of centrally planning a distribution network, the distribution network is responsive to the demand. And the way it responds to it is different parties try to meet that demand. And when some party does it more efficiently and at a lower cost than the other parties, they gain the lion's share of the market share, right? Nobody should ever conceivably dream that what I just said is crazy, wrong, in any doubt. It's observationally so, right? That distribution networks are not driven by central planning, but instead by decentralized demand. Now, back to Rachel.
Who wants to know their Beatles song based on their star sign? Who wants to know their Beatles song based on their star sign? Your zodiac sign. So I'm a Capricorn, and Capricorn has a hard day's night. Ooh, Aries. What does Aries have? Love me do. Yeah, it's a zodiac sign. Star sign is just. Yeah, if you're a Libra, then yes, Libra. Your zodiac sign. Your sun sign. Gemini. A day in the life. I think that's a good that's accurate. Yeah, it's a very Gemini song. Hello, Hugh. Pisces. Help. I don't know. I haven't seen any of the movies that are nominated. I really don't know. I can't judge something that I haven't seen. It doesn't feel right. So, people betting on No, I did answer. I did say that I don't know because I hadn't seen any of the movies, so I can't judge. I did see that people were betting on Timothy Chalamet winning back when like the ballots were being put in for the nominations. And then after he talked about the ballet and opera, the bets changed. I'm not seeing Begonia. I'm not seeing Begonia. I haven't seen any of them. I'm telling you. I used to see all of them, but I don't. We don't go to the movies. Oh, I'm so glad you like it. That's good, Diamond. I hope you don't mind me calling you that. I like all movies except for horror. I don't like horror movies. I don't mind psychological thrillers, but like The Substance made me pass out. I didn't see Wuthering Heights. I wouldn't see Wuthering Heights. I wanted to see Frankenstein. Would definitely, when that comes on HBO, I'm definitely gonna watch that. Aw, thanks, Diamond. So Eric is a Taurus, and Taurus's song is "I'm Only Sleeping." Because I just watch movies that are on HBO. We don't go to the movies. I've seen Gone Girl. I like Gone Girl. I mean, that was violent. That one scene I can't watch. I have to turn away. Love Me Do is a Beatles song. Is I think maybe from like their first or second album. It's an earlier Beatles song.
Lulu's come to visit and she's sniffing around the barbecue because she wants some sausage.
Oh. I'm glad you got it, Fly Guy. She was a psycho. But she was sick of the idea of her. She was sick of the idea that people had of her. It's pretty crazy though. She played a good psycho.
You want some more sausage? I'll get you some more. Oh yeah, she likes
Eric
that
is really
sausage.
good at finding good music. He goes on binges of looking for new music. Baby No Money, like BBNO $. He has good new music. Oh, I like Fight Club. I'm telling you, I do like movies. It's just we don't go to the movies anymore, so I wait to watch the movies on HBO. Like the last movie that I saw was The Substance, and like I fucking passed out. So like I do try new stuff. I'm not against new movies. It's just I also won't see anything that like Leonardo DiCaprio is in anymore because he's a fucking or Kevin Spacey or Tobey Maguire. Like I have limits, you know.
Or Ashton Kutcher.
Of Ashton Kutcher, like I wanted to watch Valentine's Day because like it was Valentine's Day, and I saw the first character you see is Ashton Kutcher, and I was like, fuck this. So Eric helped me out. We watched 50 First Dates. Actually, that's probably the last movie that I watched is 50 First Dates, and that's a cute movie.
Drew Barrymore doesn't seem to be horrible.
I think she went through horrible stuff. So she isn't, you know.
Oh, okay.
Cause she like her past was supposedly pretty rough. Cause she had Hollywood parents and stuff, and you know.
But now she's Drew Barrymore.
Yeah, she was like really into drugs.
Oh yeah, well, I feel her on that one.
I think she was like something like Crazy Young. Not as crazy as Tate.
Something Tate.
Yeah.
Sharon Tate?
Not Sharon Tate. No, shoot. What was her name? Oh, she did. Was it Moonlight? Not Moonlight. With her dad.
I did give it 2 thumbs up for the first like 45 seconds of it. I listened to a little bit more of that band after that, and I retract at least one of the thumbs. But it is pretty cool at the beginning of it. You want to hear it, Rachel?
No, it's not even hard to separate the character from me and the person because, like, I don't want to put my, even if they're getting only like 5 cents from me, like, fuck that. I'm not supporting you and your fucking debauchery. Like, I'm sorry. HBO has a bunch of Keanu Reeves movies. I will watch those.
It's also the case that if I were to watch something with Ashton Kutcher in it, it would make me think of all the specific terrible things he's done.
I can't support that shit. I just can't do it.
But there is that. I agree with that too. But what I'm saying, additionally, it would ruin the experience of the movie. In other words, I would not be able to make the leap because I would necessarily end up thinking about that guy and the horrible things he did instead of the characters.
I also would really feel like a hypocrite because, like, if I'm like seriously against the person, like, why am I like I can't. Like, really, when I was watching Valentine's Day, which is like just it's such a like toss away movie. Like, in the past, I've been like, oh, whatever, Ashton Kutcher's in it, but there's like other people that I like, so like I'll just. But knowing like him now, hell no, I can't do it. Just can't do it.
Go Sharks! Go Sharks! It's your birthday. Go Sharks!
Yeah, celebrating! My God!
Go get a hat trick, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, go for the hat trick.
Education failed you with your system to think freely. Look,
I've seen
not,
Game of Thrones.
I'm not thinking freely or enslavedly. What I described about the decentralized decision-making approach that is utilized in distributing things is correct. There's not any kind of wild leap of anything to say that we can draw a meaningful distinction between something that is centrally decided, like education, and it can be because it's mandated, everybody has to do it, and so they can execute a centrally dictated decision-making schedule and stuff like that because of its required nature, versus something that's not centrally dictated. That distinction is real, and I've obviously given an example of each one that's clearly in its respective camp. So, fuck off.
I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I used to watch, and I love Annie Hall. And I used to watch a lot of what's his face's movies, but like now I'm like, to all like the actors who like especially actresses who've worked, I mean actors who've worked with him, it's like, you're crazy. How do you not feel creeped out every time he's like trying to make you do something?
What's weird though is I don't think I feel the same way about music. Now, granted, I haven't looked into a bunch of musicians and what horrible things they've done.
Well, I can't listen to like Dave Grohl stuff anymore. Like, he's just such a dirtbag.
I didn't know he was a dirtbag, but could you ever listen to it?
I used to listen to Foo Fighters.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess they might have like one good song. Their best song is probably their cover of that Prince song, Serving Nikki.
No, I don't know. There are other songs that I look, when it's limited music, you get limited choices. You choose what you can out of the bunch.
Okay, well, that's fine. No big loss with the Foo Fighters, obviously.
Well, like,
but,
he's not
like I won't watch a video about cake because I don't want to learn how bad the lead singer is because I like cake and I want to be able to keep listening to it. I know Lou Reed probably wasn't the best person.
No, he seems like an asshole.
Certainly John Lennon was horrible, did some horrible things.
Did, yeah.
He may have become unhorrible. I think it seems like with increased wisdom, he actually came to understand the scope of his bad behavior, regretted it a lot probably. It popped up in at least one of the songs.
He went through shit. He was a very troubled person. You know, like he, was doing heroin and then like didn't know if he wanted to be with Yoko anymore, so he went to Los Angeles for a while and had a girlfriend. Like he wasn't a good relationship partner. He didn't know how to do that, but I will give him that. He loved America and he loved New York, and I really loved that about him. He started to really wisen up when like he really fought hard to be.
He became a Weisenheimer.
He was kind of always a Weisenheimer, but
We're talking about John Lennon. Fly Guy, to answer that question, I suspect for me it has something to do with the fact that you don't see the person. So, like, when I'm listening to music, I'm not so obviously linking it to the person, right? Because you don't get to see that person when you're listening to the music. And I think the second reason is because I only listen to this incredibly good music. And for me to be incredibly good, it's maximally detached from its creator. It was discovered and rendered by that person as accurately as possible, but it doesn't smell of them. So accordingly, it's easier to disconnect the creator from the art with music for me. That I'm not saying it should be like that. I'm not making any claims about should here at all. Just because I can't watch movies with Ashton Kutcher in it doesn't mean I think you shouldn't be.
He hasn't had there's no justice
Right.
yet, you know.
Right. There's no justice there, yeah.
I just don't want to. Even if it's 5 cents, I don't fucking want to support that shit. I don't know. I know I sound vegan in my movies, but like.
You sound vegan in your movie.
Yeah, that's what Fly Guy said. But
Well,
like, I don't know. It's an art form I care about. Like.
And that's a perfectly legitimate way of objecting, is to object with your wallet. For me, it's more simply an experiential thing. It's ruined the possibility of me experiencing the movie positively because
Right, 'cause you
seeing
think
that
of all the
person is
things.
going to make me think of that person all the time.
Like there's a new movie that's supposedly really good and it's on HBO. It's like no one.
No one likes to
But it's got
hear
like
no
Leonardo
clue.
DiCaprio in it.
Oh yeah, I know
Fuck that dude.
That one I feel conflicted about too. I think I know what you're talking about. I saw the previews of it and like heard that it had really good reviews, and I thought
it's supposedly really good. Like Kimi saw it and she was like, it was really good.
I felt kind of sad, like, oh, too bad I can't see that.
Me too. Me
'Cause
too. I can't do it because I think of.
I don't like to think of the dark shit that he's done.
Yeah, he's definitely done that. Like, I do think he was a victim at one time, but then it changed him and made him into that person. That's gross. You're gross, Leonardo DiCaprio.
I remember when P. Diddy was asked, who's the first person you want to invite if you're having a party? Number one person on the list. He said, Leo DiCaprio.
Damn.
Right? There's that video clip of that interview of Diddy where that's his answer.
And it's
Number
like,
one person on his list is Leo DiCaprio.
and if your good friend that you party with is Tobey Maguire,
Yeah. Not indicative of your character for sure.
and you're known for having parties too, like with boundless numbers of girls.
Listen, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. I'm just explaining things correctly, and you do with that what you want. So, okay, I will get on that video tonight, Dre Sean. Oh, that's right, your name's Dre Sean. I remember you from before. I remember you because I remember when you first came around here, I pronounced your name Dressian. And maybe I even did it today. Dre Sean is your name.
Dre Sean.
It's not Dressian.
I wouldn't have known how to say it either. I would have said Dr. Sean probably. So you know how I told you about like being an ass kisser during Oscar like award season because you want to win.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a cutoff date to when voting happens, and people were betting on who's gonna win for best male performance,
Mm-hmm.
and Timothy Chalamet won in betting.
Okay.
But after he did the ballet and opera comment,
His odds went down.
yeah.
Oh.
But the thing is that if you put your bet in when the voting was like due, then you're safe.
Mm.
You're probably right. The thing is, like, he probably, because all of this happened before, all of what he said happened after the voting. He's probably gonna win. That's what the bets are saying. That's what people are saying. That even though he's very unpopular now and people don't want him to win, he will probably win because before voting happened, before he made the comment about the ballet and opera.
You know, as a general rule, Diamond, I tend to think that people are entitled to come back under a different identity and try again. You know?
Sure.
That's assuming obviously good intent, like that they are trying to not get banned again or something, right? Like okay, I did get a little out of hand. Let me see if I can not do that this time. Well, then I think they should have that opportunity. But if they're ill intentioned, and if they then again still make a mistake, I still think they're entitled to come back. I mean, according to the rules of YouTube, they certainly are, but according to me as well, they come back and try again under a different identity. If they're just switching it through a shit ton of different identities to spam me with bullshit or whatever, that I obviously don't think is legitimate. But you know, it's hard to exactly know a person's intent, so we tend to default to good faith, right? Like, I'm gonna assume this person is communicating with me in good faith. That's why people are subject to being trolled. Is that civilized people afford others that presumption that they are operating in good faith. And
I think a lot of celebrities have an ego of a little baby.
what is?
It's a line. It's a line from LCD Sound System.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's such a weird, like, confusing kind of thing. Like, because you think of babies as not yet having developed an ego,
But they're all ego.
but you could also, I guess, think of them as all ego in itself.
Yeah.
If you think of ego as only concerned with their own interests and needs,
Mm-hmm.
but that seems like a very, well, of course, it would be a very FE tool way of defining ego.
Yeah, it is. It's like some just don't stand a chance. Like Kylie Jenner. It's hard not to dislike her. And then I see like old keeping up with the Kardashians of her, and she's like Chloe was with then Bruce Jenner, and Bruce Jenner was like to Chloe like you need to lose weight, and she was like I did like push-ups like this morning or something, and he was like I still think you need to lose weight, and she was like are you kidding me, and Kylie was like I don't think she needs to lose weight, like she was so sweet.
how important is it for people to have those words? There's nothing wrong with me. If you think I need to be different and you don't like the way I am, that's your problem. How powerful are those words, and how often we think of instances where somebody needed to say that, like in that instance.
Right. And
Don't just play defense, play offense, right?
Right.
Point out the fact that what they're doing is ontological assault, and that it's not an acceptable way to deal with another human being to say you need to change who you are because it's not complementary enough with my way of being.
But the unfortunate thing is that she didn't stand a chance because even though she was so sweet, she has Kris Jenner as a mom who, like, I don't know if this is a real story, but Kylie Jenner said she wanted bigger lips because a boy said that she kissed so that she had thin lips. So, like, Kris Jenner is obviously going to be like, well, that could be fixed.
Well, if your doctor thinks you need to lose weight for a specific reason, in other words, like, look, you have diabetes, and with your weight, it's going to cause you to have significant circulation problems that may lead to amputation. Perfectly fine, right? If it's it also depends somewhat on how overweight the person is as to whether the doctor should be indicating that. You know, it may be broadly the case that there's a general linkage between being heavier and incurring certain kinds of health problems at a higher frequency. Uh, but it's not the case that family members should be commenting on each other's the adequacy of each other's bodies. That's not how family members should treat each other. That's for sure.
But, like, Kris Jenner sees fixes, and one of those fixes is plastic surgery. Like, oh, you're feeling older, like, just do this.
I get it if somebody extremely has some kind of eating disorder kind of issue, unhealthy relationship with food is really endangering their health, then a family member might express concern and want something to be different, right? But that's not what happened in this example.
No.
That girl that Reggie was
She
talking
didn't
about,
need to, yeah.
it's the one who was Lamar Odom's wife. Is that
Mhm.
She's like slightly chubby, maybe, but not even
But
that,
not,
right? She's just like rounder than skinny. That's no reason to tell anybody they need to lose weight. She just has a different body type than say, who was that like heroin looking waif model that was popular for a while?
Kate Moss.
Kate Moss. I was gonna say Kate Bush. Kate Moss.
But, like, Kate Moss is very in right now. She's totally changed her body. See, that's the thing, like, they just, like, didn't stand a chance. Like, she's changed herself so much. They've all changed themselves so much.
I think the best way to put it is there are healthy expressions of every body type. If somebody's naturally skinny like me, then this is just me being healthy. If I'm naturally heavy set and I'm anorexically starving myself to look at this, then it's not. And if uh, it's like if somebody is a rounder body type or whatever have you, then there's a range of healthy expressions of that. What's occurring there is they're basically saying your body type is fundamentally wrong and you need to change who you are physically. Yeah, I was gonna say Kate Moss, but it's actually I was gonna say Kate Bush, but it's actually Kate Moss.
Yeah, Kate Moss. She and I have January 16th birthdays.
Hi, Dallas.
Kate Moss then is in again, but, like, doing it the Ozempic way. When people are getting really thin, it's. I just can't feed into that. Like, the early 2000s was all about, like, Well, the 90s, I was a kid in the 90s, so at least I didn't like hit that skinny. But like the early 2000s, like with America's Top Model and stuff, like thin was like being thin. It is like a zombie. So like I'll give Kim Kardashian credit where where credit is due. Like she stopped taking Ozempic and like she's gained weight back because that's what happens. Is when you stop uh, Ozempic, it's like you gain that everything back and then some. Um,
I mean, I can't think of a single person who's started taking Ozempic who looks better after taking Ozempic than they did before.
yeah.
I can't think of a single person. I guess they took that second goal off the board. It's still 1-1. Can Rachel or Eric speak French?
Ooh,
I
deux,
can speak
trois.
a little bit, like, quelle heure est-il?
Ooh, look at you. What's that?
What time is it?
Oh, quelle heure est-il?
Quelle heure est-il?
Quelle heure est-il?
Oh, it's 5:42. Egads, never considered the portable butt cushion advantages. I can also say l'autobus à la plage. That's the bus to the beach.
How do you do it?
L'autobus à la plage.
L'autobus à la plage.
Mm-hmm. I know someone who took Ozempic and ended up screwing up their gland. What gland did they screw up?
I'm gonna say a line from a show and see if you can know. Because you could get like scripts from TV shows and movies.
Uh-huh.
And I'll see if you know where it's from. Well, that's hard though. What's the I don't want to give it away, but I will anyway. I'll just do a line and see if you like recognize the line.
Okay.
What's the episode that you like? The one with the what?
The one with the two parties.
Two party script. Cool. You want to be one of them?
What are we doing? We're reading the script?
Yeah.
Should I pull it up on the screen?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. How much of the script are we reading?
We can do what you would like. You can find a
We'll have to find a scene that involves just two characters talking to each other, I think, right?
there's one between Mr. Green and Ross. Oh, Phoebe. We can do like 3 characters.
Okay. Wait, I meant to do this. Yeah? Yeah? Wait. Yeah? Scripts. I'm gonna make it bigger. Okay, so do you want to just be all the girls and I'll be all the guys? And
Sure.
we'll skip any alls. I guess all is just both of us, okay?
Okay.
Let me make it a little bit bigger. I'll try to sound like Ross or Joey. I'll probably do a terrible imitation.
I'm gonna do terrible imitations of Monica because she's so opposite of me.
Okay.
It's okay.
We'll try it.
Okay.
Go for it.
So I'll get the candles and my mom's tablecloth, and since it's Rachel's birthday, we want it to be special. I thought I'd poach salmon.
Ooh.
What?
Question. Why do we always have to have parties where you poach things?
You want to be in charge of the food community?
Question 2. Why do we always have to have parties with committees? Oh my God. Really? Why can't we just get some pizzas and get some beers and have fun? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I think fancy parties are really fun if you're fancy on the inside, and I'm not just sure we are. All right, if you guys want to be special, fine. You can throw any kind of party you want. Joey, they're not real. I start miles beneath the surface of these things, okay? They're fake. See? Honk honk.
Wow, it's like porno for clowns. That's kind of hard to do. I think I could possibly pull off Ross.
Okay.
But, I'm not very good at
I'm not good at.
any of them, actually. I think I could just give them different voices, but not their voices. So I could say, make Ross have an English accent, make Joey.
Chandler should just sound like you since he's ENTP.
Chandler can sound like me, and Joey, I'll make sound like Joey that says, whoa.
There you go. Okay.
All right, so me first.
And if we messed up, we can
I
do
talked
it.
to Rachel's sisters, and neither of them can come.
Okay, so I still have to invite Dylan and Emma and Shannon Cooper.
Whoa. Oh, no, Shannon Cooper.
Why not her?
Because she steals stuff. Or maybe she doesn't steal stuff, and Joey just slept with her and never called her back.
Joey, that is horrible.
Hey, I liked her, all right? Maybe too much. I don't know. I guess I just got scared.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I didn't think anybody would buy that, but okay.
This is great. Rachel enters.
Hello, honey. How did it go?
It was graduation from hell.
You know, my cousin went to hell on a football scholarship.
You know, I mean, this is supposed to be a joyous occasion. My sister's graduating from college. Nobody thought she would. It's a true testament to a girl from Long Island. Wait, it's a true testament to what a girl from Long Island would do for Cecilia.
A Celica.
A Celica. Oh, that's a car.
A Celica, yeah.
It's a true testament to what a girl from Long Island would do for a Celica. So what happened? My parents happened. All they had to do was sit in the same stadium, smile proudly, and not talk about the divorce. But no, they got into a huge fight in the middle of the commencement address. Bishop Tutu actually had to stop and shush them. But you know what? The good news is I get to serve coffee for the next 8 hours. Okay, so I guess we don't have to invite her parents. Well, how about just her mom?
Why her mom?
Because I already invited her. Oh. Did you ask Stacy Roth?
Oh, no. I cannot invite her. She also steals.
Scene, Monica and Rachel's apartment. Chandler, Joey, Monica, and Phoebe are setting up for the party. Okay, here are the birthday. Now they're all sounding the same. Okay, here are the birthday candles. Where's the birthday cake? Okay, we're not having a birthday cake. We're having a birthday flan.
Excuse me?
It's a traditional Mexican dessert. It's a traditional Mexican custard dessert.
Oh, that's a nice. Happy birthday, Rachel. Here's some goo.
Knock at the door. Monica answers the door. Dr. Green! Oh my God, it's Rachel's dad. What are you doing here?
What? The father can't drop by to see the daughter on her birthday?
No. No, the father can, but since I am the roommate, I can tell you that she's not here, and I'll pass along the message, okay? So, bye-bye.
Ooh, you're having a party.
No, not a party. Just a surprise gathering of some people Rachel knows. This is Phoebe and Chandler and Joey.
I'll never remember all of that. So, what's the deal? Rachel comes home, people pop out and yell stuff. Is that it? This isn't your first surprise party, is it, sir?
Knock at the door. Monica answers to see Mrs. Green. Hi, Monica.
Slams the door shut.
Chinese menu guy. Forgot the menus.
So, basically, just a Chinese guy. Well, hey, Dr. Green, why don't you come with me? We'll put your jacket on Rachel's bed. All right, that sounds like a two-person job.
They walk into Rachel's bedroom. Well, my goodness, what was that? Sandra, I'm sorry. I thought you were Rachel and we just weren't ready for you yet. You thought I was Rachel?
Yes, because you look so young.
And because we're both, white women. Oh, I missed you kids. Well, I should put my coat in the bedroom.
No. I'll take that for you.
Oh, well, thank you. You're such a gentleman. Thank you. Chandler takes the hot pink coat and grimaces at it. Ah, all looks so nice, so festive. All the balloons. The funniest thing happened to me on the way here. Joey peeks out. Phoebe, cutting Mrs. Green off. Ha ha ha, that's great. Ha 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 ha. I can't wait to hear the rest. Oh my god.
You know what, Rachel, this has too many characters.
Yeah, it does.
It's really difficult to manage something like that with that many characters with just two people.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you, Teabag, thank you. I don't claim to be a good actor, but
You are.
I will put some effort into it as best I can.
You did good. I think you did good.
Thank you, darling. Uncle Wiggily's auto shed, or how Mr. Hedgehog helped him get up the slippery hill, and how Uncle Wiggily made snow pudding Garrus. You know what? I don't care how cute a name you got for your penis. I'm not interested in hearing about your Uncle Wiggily, okay? I guess my plan here perhaps is to just start watching this video at some point on double time, maybe making some notes. So it's not urgent that I start doing that right now, but when that occurs, would you prefer to keep streaming, or would you prefer to end the stream?
I'd like to watch Dre, Dr. Dre.
Yeah, his name's Dre Sean.
Oh, so what is he talking about in it?
Well, so he came and said he wanted to hire me to type, and he sent me the $100, but he wanted to do this thing where I watched this video of somebody else typing in and did some commentary on it. And I said I could do that part for free if I can publish it, and he got their permission. So now I want to watch that as kind of a beginning. I could put it on in silent with captions on that. Actually.
Well, I don't mind. I'd like to watch it too, for sure.
Okay. So let me do that then. I'll put it on mute and put the captions on.
I'd rather listen to it though.
Okay, so you want to end the stream?
Yeah, is it okay?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. All right, well, everybody, thank you so much for being here. It's been a pleasure. I really appreciate your presence and company.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for listening to our friend script.
Yeah, that's a expert level actor challenge.
Yeah.
I'm a beginning level. Like maybe I could do one character, but so many, no.
Oh.
All right, so I'm gonna actually do a little bit of work here, and I feel kind of good about making a typology video that includes like clips from another person's video and stuff. That seems to me to be a worthwhile thing to do. And now I have good impetus to do it because I've been paid out to do it. So that sounds cool. I'll see y'all later. Love you. Don't forget to play in the kids.